はい、こんにちは。ちょいと待ってね。字幕が出ないか。はい、こんにちは。フェニックスさん。Hi, Mr. Pants. とりあえず下の方チャプターを見よう。チャプターをわーってうーってクラスのバランスは結構後なんだ。じゃあとりあえずその次のシーズンの動画、その開発の人々によるなんかコメント的な動画があるから、それが次のチャプターなんだよね。それを見てみます。
Welcome, Wanderer. I sense that recent events have brought you to me. These are strange times indeed. So many fear the inexplicable. I deal in it. And you seek answers. This will lead you to the knowledge you desire. Legends state this rune is the missing piece of an arcane construct. A mighty weapon capable of harnessing ancient power for the one strong enough to control it. But be warned, for the construct is buried deep beneath Kyrgyzstan in the ancient vaults of Zoltan Kur. Untouched for centuries, they are protected by deadly traps of Kul's own design, and guarded by his mechanical horrors. But the architect Zoltan Kul overestimated his cleverness. In his hubris, the mage abandoned his work, leaving darker forces free to corrupt his machinations and claim the vault's power for themselves.
あれミュートだった。
The answers
あれいつからミュートだった
await you
の？
in the depths. Take the rune if you dare.
Season of the Construct has so much going on.
New quest lines, new legendary items, new unique items, new mechanics, challenges, and more.
Season of the
In the
Construct.
Season of the Construct, you learn of a wondrous place beneath the sands of Kyrgyzstan, filled with untold treasure. Nearly all who seek this treasure never return. Those that do return are haunted, or worse yet, possessed. You seek out this place to put an end to whatever is lurking there.
Following a lead, you discover a sprawling network of underground vaults. It houses the Loom, a priceless apparatus built long ago by the brilliant mages Zoltan Kul and Ayuzhan of Chaldeum to shape the elements and build tools to serve humanity.
While exploring the network, you rescue Ayujan, only to discover that the demon Malphus has taken over the loom to create its own private hell.
Malphus is a servant of Diablo. He's unlike other demons we've encountered in Diablo 4. He's shapeless, manipulates others, takes on forms other than his own.
He has possessed one of Zoltankul's prized constructs.
And you must work with Ayujan to explore the
ポイントがボスか。
vaults, gain access to the loom, and defeat Malphus.
This season
Malphus,
introduces
Malphus.
constructs. These elementally powered monsters were originally created by Ayujan and Zoltan to protect and
全部
maintain
同
the
時翻
loom.
訳お願いします。
Unfortunately, Malphus has taken control of them and
こ
twisted
こ
them
ま
to
で
his
英
liking.
語が
They're powered by
ね。
various different elements, giving them different abilities and strengths and weaknesses. You'll also find them, of course, in the vaults themselves, protecting the many treasures within. As players engage with the storyline of the
私はなんと
Season
な
of
く
the
雰囲気で見
Construct,
て
they're
るか
going to
ら。
come across a broken version of the Seneschal during the quest
はい、こん
line.
にちは、セリ
The
ちゃん
Seneschal is
さ
a
ん。
special construct that was built to command the
今日は
other
ね。
constructs based on Ayujan's and Zoltan's direction.
昨日あんだけ噛ん
Ayujan
でくれたの
Chaldean
に。
prepares the Seneschal to follow your orders.
The Seneschal construct is your companion. It's a rebuilt construct that will accompany you throughout the season. Your construct's power will grow along with you. The Seneschal construct has many different abilities that can complement the player's build. It can deal damage, crowd control monsters, or even support you directly by healing you or providing you a damage bonus. Magical stones are the key to customizing and empowering your construct. They are primarily found in vaults. You get governing stones from the season quest line, and you get tuning stones from playing through the seasonal content. A governing stone is a core construct ability, while a tuning stone is a singular modification for any number of governing stones.
As players are progressing through the Season of the Construct and they're leveling up their Seneschal, adding new abilities and improving them, they're going to find abilities that are going to deal damage to packs of monsters, to single monsters, and also abilities that are just focused on buffing the power of the player themselves, so that players have different options as they're progressing through the season.
One cool ability is Auto Defense. Auto Defense summons a magical barrier around your construct that shoots down enemy projectiles. Another cool ability that your construct has is Focus Fire. It is a channeled ray of fire that can chain to multiple enemies. Use combinations of tuning stones to transform a seemingly simple skill
なんかバ
into
リアを張っ
something
て、
truly crazy.
投射物を落としてくれる、飛び道具を落としてくれるのが
Vaults
結
are
構
seasonal
ク
dungeons
ール
that
っ
are
て言
filled
って
with
た
a。high concentration of deadly traps,
た
where you
だ
can
のペッ
farm
トじゃ
for
な
the
く
magic
て、
stones
攻
for
撃
your
もしてくれた
seneschal
り、バフもかけて
construct.
くれ
You
る。
can find the entrances in
そう
different
いう、
zones of sanctuary.
サソリらし
When
い
the
です。
player enters a vault,
サソリ、
they are
サソ
met
リ、
in
サ
a
ソリ型だよ
familiar
ね。
area of sanctuary. Then,
こんにちは、
the
うるま
player
さ
teleports to
ん。
the vault proper, encountering great challenges. Vaults not only have our new construct family in them, but also new traps built for this season.
Players are going to discover many new hazards inside these vault spaces. You know, whether it is spinning pillars shooting out flames or other traps. Players need to stay on their toes while they're progressing through these vaults in order to stay alive.
Each vault culminates in a gauntlet of true skill. Players must avoid traps while fighting waves of enemies and a powerful elite. If you survive that, the traps will turn off and the treasure room
でも
is
全く
revealed.
真新し
If
い
you
系
get
の
hit
モン
by
ス
a
ターが出
trap,
てく
you
るのはい
lose
い
one
ね。
stack of Zoltan's
前
warding.
のシーズンはね、
Zoltan's warding is a special
も
buff
ともとあ
players
った
can
モン
get
スタ
by
ーの
interacting with
色
the
を変え
statue
た
of
だけな
Zoltan
ので
Pool when they
色を
enter
変え
a
てちょっと
vault.
パターンを
If
追
they
加し
have
た
a
だけな
pearl
の
of
で
warding. Ward-woven
あれ
chests
は
are special chests players can interact with at the end of a
ちょっと
vault
手抜い
if
た
they
な
have
って
enough
感じした
stacks
け
of
ど
Zoltan's warding left over. If
でも
a
敵
player
に関
has
して
more
はね
than one stack, they can open a rare ward-woven chest. Those have even better
でも
rewards.
敵の種類
This
そのも
season
のが増え
introduces
る
our
ことはね
first stationary boss in Diablo 4.
これが積み
This is
重な
going
っ
to
てい
be
けば
a fight against this
総合的
massive
に敵の種類
protective
がすごく多
golem
くなっ
meant to
て
watch over the vaults.
飽き
The
づらくなる
Malphus, once again, has managed to
要素にも
corrupt
な
and
るし
control.
Because it's stationary, it gives us the opportunity to include some of the season's new traps into the arena. This presents a lot of unique and new mechanics for the players to navigate and fight.
The player is going to need to bring all of their skills and abilities to bear as they try to destroy and fight off these Malphus-controlled constructs. They're also going to make good use of their own Seneschal, make sure they remain upgraded in the fights to come. The Gauntlet is a new, fixed-seed, non-linear dungeon where players have a fixed amount of time to achieve high scores by proving their might. Any player who unlocks World Tier 4, Torment Mode, can compete in the Gauntlet. The Gauntlet starts several weeks into the Season of the Construct. At the beginning of each week, a new Gauntlet replaces the current one. Unlike other dungeons, every time you and other players enter the Gauntlet that week, it will be exactly the same. Same monster positions, same affixes, everything. This makes it a fair competition. Additionally, Monsters again has managed to corrupt again to bring all of their skills and abilities to bear as they try to destroy and fight off these Malthus-controlled constructs. They're also going to make good use of their own Seneschal, make sure they remain upgraded in the fights to come. The Gauntlet is a new, fixed-seed, non-linear dungeon for players who have a fixed amount of time to achieve high scores by proving their might. Any player who unlocks World Tier 4, Torment Mode, can compete in the Gauntlet. The Gauntlet starts several weeks into the season of the construct. At the beginning of each week, a new Gauntlet replaces the current one. Unlike other dungeons, every time you and other players enter the Gauntlet that week, it will be exactly the same. Same monster positions, same affixes, everything. This makes it a fair competition. Additionally, monsters within the Gauntlet start at level 100. This is meant to test your fully leveled up and geared out build. It's highly replayable, enabling a broad set of player choices. Players can try different classes and strategies for achieving high scores. Leaderboards are a place for top players to compete with one another in the Gauntlet. These are set each week when a new Gauntlet appears. There are solo leaderboards for each class, as well as party leaderboards that vary with party size. And of course, there are some leaderboards just for hardcore players too. But some players may not be ready for that type of play, so we've created goals for them as well. Each leaderboard has a ladder that you climb to reach it. Each rung of the ladder awards a seal that you can show off. And when you earn the seal of the worthy, you'll be ready for leaderboard competition.
でも
Can't
変
wait
な
to
ビ
see
ル
you
ド
in
頼むの好きな
Sanctuary.
私はどうなんだろうこれ難しいんじゃないかなまあやってみないと
Hello,
わからん
Diablo community. Welcome to another Diablo 4 developer update live stream.
何これ
My name is Adam
今までと
Fletcher.
全
I
然違う
am
じゃ
the
ん
community lead for the Diablo franchise, and of course, I'm joined by some special guests here today. I'm joined by Dan and Madeline. Do you guys want to introduce yourselves?
Sure thing. I'm Dan Tangway. I am the lead designer for season 3 season of the construct.
안녕하세요 도카냐님
And I'm Madeline James, and I'm one of our quest designers.
Picker you
And what you
Number
guys probably
one.
don't realize is, or
Number
maybe
one
you do.
Diablo
If
player
you watch these streams often, you'll most definitely realize we're in a completely different set today. We're actually live from Albany, New York, at Blizzard Albany, and we're doing the stream up here. And so now we have two different sets. We have one in Irvine and one in Albany, and we actually have another guest that will be joining us today. And it's a very familiar face to all our live streams. That's Mr. Adam Jackson. He's live from the Irvine studio. Hi, Adam. Good to see you. And we'll be talking to you soon because we're going to be talking about balance and classes and everything. So we'll be joining Adam here shortly. But we have a lot to talk about. You know, a lot with Season 3. We announced it earlier this week with Season of the Construct. We've seen a lot of cool feedback and great feedback from players related to the trailer and everything that released out earlier this week. But we did want to talk a little bit, before we jump into Season 3 and those items, we do want to talk a little bit about, you know, the new year and obviously going through the holiday and Season 2, where we had Season of Blood, where players got to jump in, of course, fight Lord Zir, jump into different blood harvests and everything. And what was awesome to see with Season of Blood, you know, or Season of Blood, is that we ended up getting really great feedback from players about how they enjoyed, you know, some of the aspects with it. And, you know, just hearing that feedback has helped us a whole lot in terms of how we're going to build out Diablo 4, especially in future seasons. And one big thing that, you know, we introduced was the boss ladder, with, you know, of course, Uber Duriel being part of it. And it was a good opportunity for players to kind of target farm Uber uniques, which was really great. And we got to see a lot of players actually obtain Uber uniques this season. And I will say, like, you know, we plan on having the boss ladder again for Season 3 with some tweaks, which we'll talk about here shortly with the stuff that we're going to be talking about with quality of life changes and everything. And of course, we had Abattoir of Zir. This was a new endgame feature that we ended up announcing at BlizzCon. And we introduced right before the holidays for players to check out. And, you know, I do want to give a huge shout out to the community because we got a lot of feedback about Abattoir of Zir. And this feedback is really important because we are planning on additional endgame activities in the future. I will say that Abattoir of Zir will not be present in Season 3, but based off the feedback we ended up hearing from players, we'll have more news to share in the future about, you know, maybe next iterations or growth from what we've learned with that endgame feature with Abattoir Zir. So thanks again to the community for all the great feedback with that. And then we have Midwinter Blight, which was our first event, our first holiday event in Diablo 4.
これ完全
Where
サボった
players got to
な。
actually collect really, really cool cosmetics if you wanted to carry some bells and race around on your back or on your weapons and everything like that. You had the opportunity for that. Another good opportunity for our players to actually provide feedback because this was our first like holiday event. And so we're actually going to have future holiday events. You guys will hear about one pretty soon in the future. And you know, based off of a lot of great feedback we got, you'll be seeing that feedback applied to some of these future events that we have coming forward. And of course, at the end of the year, we ended up going over kind of all the big stats since Diablo 4 launched, and a ton of people have joined Diablo 4 to slay demons with us in Sanctuary, and a lot of people have died as well. And some of these stats, you know, these numbers have only grown since we posted these late last year. Of course, we had 37 million people died at the Butcher. Now more, for sure, since we ended up having that. We've had over 1 trillion monsters killed, which is absolutely crazy. And, you know, lots of hardcore deaths for people who choose to play a little bit more risky and play hardcore specifically. And our two most popular classes being the Sorcerer and the Necromancer. Not too surprised on the Necromancer. Necromancer is a fan favorite. Has always been a fan favorite with D2 and D3. I actually, funny enough, I might actually be playing Necromancer here for Season 3. I don't know what you guys were planning on playing for Season 3, but...
The team makes fun of me. I play Swark every single season.
I mean,
that's my favorite.
I played Swark last season too, so I don't blame you.
Well, I've been meaning to play Druid, so I might do that. Buck the trend there.
There we go. I did Druid in Season 1. I did Swark in Season 2. Feeling Necromancer in Season 3, so I think that's going to be my choice there. But, so it was great to see all the numbers and all the stats from Diablo 4 since launch. But today, we are here to talk about Season 3, Season of the Construct. It's arriving January 23rd. Dan, do you want to give us a quick little rundown?
Sure, yeah. So Season of the Construct is packed with a lot of content. And so there's a lot of things we're going to cover coming up. I mean, the first thing we're going to talk about is our all-new quest line that delves beneath the sands of Kyrgyzstan. Nothing good happens beneath the sands of Kyrgyzstan, so that's where we're headed. And in addition to that, as you've seen from a lot of the promotional materials, we are now introducing a seasonal companion called the Seneschal Construct. And that is something that you can upgrade and really kind of round out your builds in new ways. In addition to that, we have a couple of new repeatable activities. The first is the Vaults, which is an all-new dungeon type. And the second is Arcane Tremors, which is a new overworld activity. And last but surely not least, in terms of the Season 3 package, is the Gauntlet and leaderboards. And those are coming pretty soon, but we'll give you a bit of a tease right now, I think.
Yeah, so I know a ton of stuff for Season 3. Yeah. This is most definitely the biggest season yet for Diablo 4. With a lot of content, and as you mentioned, questline and story being the first thing that we wanted to dive into. Madeline, I think this is a good opportunity to talk to us a little bit about what we can expect from questline for Season 3.
So as Dan mentioned, we have a new questline for Season 3. In it, you are going to assist the mage Ayujan to purge the demon Malphas from the vaults of Sultan Kuul. Malphas has taken over the vaults, turned them into his own little kingdom, and has turned the hazards and constructs inside of them against their makers. I think a good question to start with is kind of why constructs. It's a little bit of a departure from seasons past. Season 1 dealt with malignancy, and Season 2 dealt with vampires, both stemming from Lilith's influence. But Sanctuary is such a big place, and so many different stories and lore, where at present day Sanctuary is kind of the Dark Ages. We've had, thousands of years of different technology and magic, and this is one of those stories. We spent a lot of time discussing as a team what we even wanted to do for Season 3, and the story team really fell in love with mage clans. We delved into a lot of Diablo lore. We delved into the Sin War books. We delved into the Roderick Vault, etc. And the mage clans, for people that don't know, were these ancient mage societies that really were expertise in certain levels of magic, and love the visual. They're typically the bad guys, typically delve into demonic magic, even though they're not, traditionally evil per se. And Visurai created constructs. They took machinery and their demonic magic and made these soldiers or these guards. Our protagonist, Ayujan, is not technically Visurai. He's part of the Ennead clan with Zoltan Kuhl. But their goal was to take these ideas of constructs and make them their own and, do them in a different way.
Yeah, and Zoltan Kuhl is kind of a familiar face
he
for everyone
is.
in Diablo.
He's a cool dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No pun intended.
Definitely pun intended.
Pun intended, yes.
Zoltan played a part in the Diablo 3 story, and of course we saw him in Diablo Immortal as well.
Yes, Zoltan was one of the original Haradrim. Good old Uncle Tyrael gave him the original Soul Stones. It's like, hey, I trust you, take care of him. Zoltan went a little bit off script, and he's like, what if I made these better? And so he created his Dark Soul Stone, which was his own kind of flawed attempt at ending the eternal conflict. It didn't go quite as he expected, and the rest of Haradrim said, we don't really like what you're doing. You got to get out. So they killed him. We're too frightened of you. But Zoltan and Ayujan knew each other in their youth and became business partners. And eventually friends. And they shared this vision of, if we can create our own version of constructs and create this alternate power source that's not using demonic magic, the Loom, these constructs can fight heaven and hell, and humanity can flourish. Unfortunately, it didn't go as expected. They couldn't get it right. And Zoltan was just like, you know what? I'm going to move on to bigger and greater things. This is a failure. Let's move on. And Ayujan was like, no, we have something here. Let's keep going. And unfortunately, that created a rift in their friendship. And that rift allowed for the demon Malphus to infiltrate their work. Malphus is a demon that you're going to encounter in the quest line and then fight an Uber version of him later in the season. He's a little bit different than our typical demon. You think of, big scary guy with horns. Like I said before, we took inspiration from Sin War, and they have a lot of different types of demons. They have different abilities, different shapes. One of them is like this stone liquid mass with a mouth on top. And so the original Malphus was like this red mist, and that allowed him to kind of sneak into corners that he wasn't supposed to. Malphus is a named demon, and he's one of terror, but he's very unimportant in the hierarchy of hell, and that kind of bothers him. We joked around on the team that he had a desk job in hell. So when he found the opportunity to sneak into the sanctuary and to corrupt the vaults, he's like, this is my time to shine. This is my kingdom. I'm going to rule it. And he did that successfully for many, many years. And he might have gotten away with it forever, except he was a little bit too prideful. He's like, I'd like to sneak out and leave the vaults.
Yeah, he's not satisfied with the vaults. He now wants to start trying to take over Sanctuary itself.
And that's where the player comes in.
Yeah.
So I think we have footage of the quest line, the early parts. You are going to start in Gaia Cool, where Malphus's influence has seeped in. Villagers and demons don't typically go well. I can't even imagine their insurance rates. But they hire you and they're like, hey, something's going on, something up north, please figure it out for us. And so you find the first vault and you delve into it to try and get a sense of what's going on. And these are where you're going to start seeing the first hostile constructs that Malphus has constructed, and find your own construct. You start finding pieces of it. You're going to keep traveling through, and eventually you're going to find Ayujan, who is in a less perfect than ideal situation under Malphus's influence. You eventually free him. He's like, thank you so much. I don't even know what's going on, but let's figure this out together. And he fixes the seneschal construct for you. He's like, you're probably going to need this.
This is seneschal designed to protect its treasure.
Yeah, and here we're seeing like part of the quest line, like, obviously building up and kind of creating your own seneschal construct. Yeah.
I think we have footage of the Malphus fight as well.
Oh yeah, we can jump into that.
So Malphus is our first stationary boss. He uses the environment, the hazards in the room, as well as his glaive to smack you around. There are different elements in the boss fight that are going to periodically switch. Like I said before, he's this red mist, but for this fight, he is possessed the largest construct that you can find, the Guardian, to fight you. And the loom is in the background.
Yeah. So imagine then Malphus has pretty much become like the embodiment. It's the vault itself, and the vault is now coming alive to try and kill you.
When you delve into the vaults, it's definitely going through his literal body.
Yep.
He definitely wants you out. He doesn't want you in there. He's going to he'll throw everything in the kitchen sink at you.
Yep.
We also have footage of our new seasonal town, the Gate Hall. This is kind of the gateway between the vaults and the upper world. You're going to go through it in the quest line, and then it is going to turn into a town for you to use. Has a waypoint, so easy travel. Most of the vendors that you know and love, you can see here that they're actually construct vendors that Ayujan has fixed for you to help you out. And here you're going to be accessing the vaults. You can also access them in the overworld if you choose so. So it should be a really convenient place for you to visit and turn into your main hub for the season.
Yeah, we expect a lot of players will be hanging out here in the Gate Hall, since all your vendors will be here. It'll be easy access to the vaults and everything. So kind of the new hub specifically for Season 3. So. Yeah, sounds really cool. Yeah, really excited for the quest line and story for Season 3. Obviously, we talked about seneschal constructs and how that's actually going to be a big part of the storyline. And people have been talking about it all this week with, seeing the footage of like, wow, it looks like we have these little companions with us now for Season 3. So, Dan, can you talk us a little bit about, what seneschal construct is?
Yeah, so the seneschal construct is a seasonal companion. And the seasonal companion is kind of the embodiment of your power chase for the season. So every season we try to develop a new type of power chase, and power is really important to our players. Obviously this is a game about becoming super powerful and killing lots of demons, and we're always trying to find new ways to do that. So we really wanted to stretch ourselves this season and find a way that players hadn't seen before. And so that is how the seneschal came into being. Now, the seneschal is this little construct, well, maybe not so little, but it follows you around, and it has different skills and abilities.
And I will note, you can pet your construct, your seneschal construct, but you have to be able to pet it, so yes.
Absolutely.
Important.
Yeah. And so you can have 2 skills on your seneschal construct. Those are given to the construct using what is called a governing stone. And governing stones are these semi-precious stones that you can find throughout your adventures in Season 3. They drop in a lot of those repeatable activities I mentioned, which we'll cover soon. And there's lots of different types. I think there's about 12 that you can slot in. We weren't satisfied with that, though. Because, 12 skills, it's cool. Don't get me wrong, but we wanted to allow players really to modify those skills however they saw fit. And so we've also developed 27 different tuning stones, another type of stone, that you can slot in then to modify that skill. And so you've got those 2 governing stones, and then each governing stone has 3 different tuning stones that can modify it and just create really wild combinations of powers that'll allow players to experiment how they see fit. And so kind of with that breadth of powers then, you've got a lot of different options for being able to kind of round out your build and create new types of ways to kill demons.
Awesome. So, that's very cool. It sounds really cool.
Yeah.
And I think we might actually have some
think
examples and footage of like, what some of these would be.
So let me tell you what's going on here. So we've brought up our construct menu. And this is in the inventory UI, but it's its own separate UI, so your construct is not going to take up your traditional inventory space. And this construct has 2 governing stones equipped right now. One is called Focus Fire, which was that beam of fire that was coming out. The other one is called Lightning Bolt, and you can see it shooting some lightning bolts. Like I said, 2 skills, not too bad. You're killing some folks here. But we wanna amp things up a bit. So in addition to being able just to get stones as drops from activities, you can also craft stones. And so we've gone to our gate hall here, and we're crafting a new stone. We're going to see what we get. In this case, it's a pummel stone, a governing stone. I already have that skill, so it's just going to count towards XP, towards leveling up pummel. And I'm going to kit out my seneschal a little bit different. So we've got Focus Fire, and I think the first thing we're going to add is Voluminous Support. Fancy way of saying that it's going to increase the area of effect for your attacks. We're also going to add Electrocution. Now, even though Focus Fire is a fire attack, Electrocution is going to add some lightning damage to it, and it's also going to add a little bit of chance of stun. And so now we're dipping our toes into this crowd control.
ここに、さっき12個あるって言った、アクティブのスキルを1つ入れて、3つのサポートスキルを入れる。で、ここも同じく。2つのアクティブスキルを入れて、1つのアクティブスキルごとに3つのサポートをつけられるってことだね。つまり4リンクです。4リンクです。4リンクの鎧と頭を装備したようなもんです。
And then finally, we're going to add arcing support. And arcing support's really cool because arcing support allows your abilities to chain.
The seneschal construct channels a ray of fire into 9 targeting これはなんだろう。9つのターゲットに対して、火のビームみたいなものをバーってずっと出すスキルかな。チャネルって書いてあるので、チャネリングするスキルかな。
And so now let's see what that power is going to look like when we bring it back up. All right, so here now you can see that Focus Fire is chaining amongst enemies. You can see that some of them are getting stunned, little electricity around them, and it had a bigger area of effect. Similarly, if we were to apply some of these to the lightning bolt attack, let's say we gave it multi-shot in that arcing support, now it can just blast through enemies. So yeah, it's got a lot of options.
So we're kind of seeing some examples of what players can potentially do with their seneschal constructs and actually make adjustments and modify them to kind of suit your specific playstyle. I think a big question is like, can you actually add, maybe some status effects or things like that? Like, can you potentially add in a tuning stone that may make enemies like vulnerable, for instance?
Yes, absolutely. So again, we wanted to give all of you a lot of different options to play with. We want this to be a toy that you can experiment with. And so that means that, some of the examples we showed were more damage dealing, where the seneschal is doing the damage. But then we also want to give players the ability to just kind of set up, enemies for you to go in and, land the killing blow. So there are a lot of different support stones that can make things vulnerable, bleed things, electrocute them, chill them. I mean, the list goes on. Yeah. I mean, pretty much any of the, the verbs in the game.
So your possibilities are massive with what you can do with your seneschal. And one thing, this is actually something that Sean White, who was in the video, our Dev Insights video before the actual start of the stream, pointed out yesterday on social media to players that were asking a little bit more, or for more clarity on some items. But the seneschal construct actually does scale 1-to-1 with like specific like secondary type of stats, or even things that are associated with your actual character. So things like attack rating or crit chance, for instance.
Yeah, it was very important for the seneschal to feel as if it was an extension of you, if you wanted to be that. Also, we really didn't want to get, a seneschal that was just outclassed when you got the level 100, because then where's the fun, right? So yes, absolutely, the Seneschal will become more powerful as you become more powerful.
Awesome. Yeah, so Seneschal constructs obviously playing a huge role. And with the construct and you now being able to customize and change things up for how you want to play, there's new challenges that are associated with the season 3 season of the construct, and one of them is vaults, which I know we do want to dive a little bit more into specifically. So yeah, do you guys want to talk a little bit more about vaults?
Sure. Vaults are a new dungeon for the season, and we have 4 types of vaults. Like I said before, they are this extension of Malphas. And because of that, he has turned the hazards inside of them into enemies in and of themselves. We wanted to explore the fantasy of a environment that was hostile, and it was ready to kill you often. And so they're filled with hazards that, spinning fires of death, floor plates that come alive, arrows that shoot out of the walls, and with our construct enemies. I think we have some footage of the vaults as well to kind of walk you through it. So yeah, constructs in them per usual. These, because they're so hostile and dangerous, we wanted them to have a good, be lucrative and be risk reward. So we have a lot of different loot. I think a little bit later in the video, there's like an explosion of gold, and that's just going to be common. And our dungeon designers, typically with the dungeon experience, you get a pop-up and you're like, okay, it's telling me to kill all the enemies I want to do. The dungeon designers wanted to explore a little bit of a, I'm not sure what I'm going to be experiencing, I have to go find my objective. And so the objectives are vague a little bit on purpose, but typically vaults end in this, what we call informally as a death room, a danger room, where it is, everything is being thrown at you, all the traps from the vault accumulated in one large room. So yeah, we're really excited to, it's a bit of new gameplay, dodging traps, and this is one of the danger rooms, for example. We're really excited to get people to dive into this and experiment.
And obviously with vaults, like tons of traps here. I know that there's some gameplay associated with kind of avoiding them and rewards associated with those as well.
Yes, absolutely. So certainly Madeline has outlined a lot of the risks associated with vaults. I mean, those hazards are going to be pretty unforgiving. But if we're putting a lot of risks in front of you guys, we want to make sure there's a lot of rewards too. So you saw a little bit of it already with like some of the basic chests in the vaults have been souped up. So they're more rewarding than those chests you'd find in other dungeons. But there's another mechanic at play too, and that's called Zoltan's Warding. So as you enter a vault, after you've cleared some of Malphas's influence out of the vault, you can find this statue of Zoltan Kulle because, of course, Zoltan Kulle.
He has to have a statue.
He's got to have a statue in every vault. I mean, that's just how he rolls, right? So if you're able to find a special, it's called a Pearl of Warding, you can offer that to the statue, and in return, the statue is going to grant you Zoltan's Warding. This is a buff. It doesn't really help your combat too much, but what it does is it gives you additional rewards, and you can see right there, there's kind of that glowing one to the side with the icon. That is a ward-woven chest that contains extra rewards if you're able to keep that buff. And so as you get better and better at the vaults, you're going to start basically challenging yourself to keep the buff. And you keep the buff by avoiding the hazards. And so the gameplay really becomes focused on trying to make sure that you're moving as cleanly as possible through the vaults, in addition to fighting the enemies in order to get the highest payout.
And if you make like mistakes, like I know I will make mistakes.
Yes,
like
I will too.
I am a person that gets hit by like every single trap under the sun. Are there ways of being able to like help mitigate like some of those types of mistakes?
You can have multiple stacks of buffs. So one pearl is, I believe, 3 stacks.
Yeah.
And so if you want to go grind the overworld activity to get the pearls, you're like, okay, I have a bunch of stacks. I have a really good chance. And if you don't make it and no stacks left, there were 2 chests at the end, you still always get a loot. But the super great loot comes from Zoltan's Warding.
Yep.
Got it. So yeah, so there are opportunities for players to actually get multiple chests.
Yes.
And you can actually have multiple stacks of warding to essentially create a buffer if you know you're planning on playing a little bit more sloppy.
If you really want to brute force your way through, you can, but you've got to invest a little more time.
Got it. No, that makes sense. That's great to know. And like I guess with the Pearls and the Overworld activity, I know that has like to earn those types of busts. Like how do players actually end up doing that?
So that's our second repeatable activity that I'd mentioned, which is the Arcane Tremors. And so Arcane Tremors is a new type of overworld activity that's really localized around the entrances of the vault. So remember how we were talking about Malphas, and Malphas's sights have become grander now that he controls all the vaults. And so all the constructs are starting to spill out into Sanctuary and cause trouble. Additionally, some new types of hazards have unearthed and are starting to appear around the vaults. And so it's your job to every so often go in and beat back, all these construct invasions or incursions, essentially, that are creating the tremors. And so I can talk a little bit about this activity. We can queue up some video for that too. And so here you've arrived and you see basically a roaming band of constructs. And obviously it's your job to go in and kill them and send them back to where they came from. But that's not all you need to do within this activity. What you're looking to do to really advance the activity is look for these cores that you can use to draw out Malphas's most powerful lieutenants. And so you're getting a core here from an obelisk, which is an overworld hazard, and you've got to make sure to not get hit by that. And if you collect enough cores, you're able to deposit them in a brazier, which you can see on screen here glowing. And the brazier is a signal that you are now challenging one of the heralds of Malphas. And the herald of Malphas you see appearing right there. You and hopefully a bunch of other of your friends will gang up and defeat the herald of Malphas. Get some cool rewards in addition to those pearls that we were talking about before, which you can then use to supercharge your rewards elsewhere.
Awesome. Yeah, and I know like this being an overworld activity, one thing that, and this is based off of feedback that we've gotten from the community as well, even with Season of Blood, there was blood harvests, which were overworld activities, and now there's kind of activities everywhere. And they all have different various rewards for the player, whether that's vaults, whether that's doing some of the activities on the overworld for the season. You have opportunities of actually being able to get rewards kind of all over the place.
Yeah, our intention is for season 1 you kind of stayed in tunnels, and then season 2 you kind of stayed in the overworld most of the time. We didn't want to make the players feel like they're stuck and they can only stay in one place and this is it. So the intention is you do some dungeons, you do some overworld activities, maybe do some bounties along the way. You should feel like you're mobile and not, hey, I have to stay here for the season.
Yep.
Yeah, and just another thing that I know we briefly touched on, which was vaults and how there are nightmare variations of that. And that's something that is additional to just going through vaults as well. So
Yep. Yeah, the vaults are fully dungeons in that respect, and so we have the ability and have made nightmare versions of all of these dungeons. And the nightmare versions of the dungeons obviously have more difficult combat, but they also have a lot more rewards. So those chests we talked about before, the ward-woven chests, you actually get more of those as you advance in the nightmare system. So then your vault runs become even more and more rewarding in that case.
Yeah, and like how would you access something like that specifically?
Right, so we're going to use the Nightmare Dungeon Sigil system, but we've created a way that the game can now award unique seasonal sigils, and in this case they're called vault sigils. And so we did that because, for those folks who really want to focus in on vault play, you can earn the vault sigils, and now you can target farm the vaults instead of leaving it up to random chance.
Very cool.
Awesome. One last dungeon, the Mega Uber Dungeon. It's kind of it's very large. It's the best features of all the other vaults put into one, and that is where Malphas lives. And so you will be questline, you'll defeat him, and then Uber version of him post-questline for the rest of the season.
And so there is an Uber version of Malphas that is even more challenging than the quest version. And he kind of sits parallel to the current boss ladder. So you don't need to do him for the boss ladder, but it's certainly going to be a bonus for you if you do.
Awesome. So yeah, way more additional content in this season, and we have a lot of different ways of being able to play and take your character. You can do it activities on the overworld. You can actually use those activities to help you out in the vaults. You can do nightmare variations of the vaults. We have Uber vaults now, or with a larger, more difficult vault with a new boss here for season 3 as well. And this is just a little bit of what we have for season 3 with, of course, we have seneschal constructs, which will be around with you all the time. And with that, we of course have one additional component to season 3, and that's with the gauntlet and leaderboard. And I will caveat, like, I know we mentioned this in the blog earlier this week. So the gauntlet and leaderboard are actually not going to launch at the start of this season. And that's really because, we want players to actually go through the season and actually grow and learn the season with their character before we actually launch the leaderboards. So we will have information on when we actually do launch Gauntlet and leaderboards really soon. But Dan, I know, wants to kind of dive deeper into what leaderboards are and what the gauntlet is for players so they have a better idea.
Yeah, so a lot of you saw a taste at BlizzCon of what the gauntlet and the trials leaderboards are going to be. And so we can go in a bit more depth here and hopefully start to answer some of your questions. So the gauntlet is another new dungeon type. The gauntlet is something that unlocks with the overall leaderboard feature in World Tier 4. And basically that means that it's targeting more of your in-game players at this point. Folks who have really decided on a build, they're starting to really round it out, it's become more powerful, and now they want to prove their might. Not just to themselves, but obviously to show off and have bragging rights. So the gauntlet itself, new type of dungeon, is kind of based around 3 different principles. The first is that it is fixed seed. The second is that it is non-linear. And thirdly, like I said, it's there to prove your might. And so I'm going to kind of unpack that a little bit. Fixed seed means really that it is trying to be as fair as possible for everyone. Everyone gets the same gauntlet every week. And so you're not fishing for, the best roll of a rift or something like that. Yeah. It's really a level playing field at this point. And let me tell you, that was kind of hard to do. Our game is not very good at doing one thing. It loves to do random things. But in this case, we felt competition demanded that it be fair.
Yeah.
Non-linear is really all about how the dungeon is laid out. It is not a dungeon where you travel from the beginning to the end. It's not about trying to get to the end as quickly as possible. It's about the choices you make while you're within that dungeon. And so the layout basically allows you to develop all manner of strategies. I mean, when we had people testing the dungeons, the gauntlets, there would be arguments over, or not even arguments, sometimes people would just kind of say, what was the best path you took? Oh, I think I can do better than that. And so a lot of it is trying to figure out your way through the dungeon each week. And then finally, proving your might is about killing enemies, and gathering what we're calling proofs of might, and then trying to get the highest score possible. So it's not about just going fast. Certainly going fast helps. But it's really about how effective and efficient are you at combat.
Nice if they announce
and that's going to be reflected in your score.
Oh, Diablo 4?
And so at the end of a gauntlet, you're going to get a score.
Trust play.
And you're going to say, okay, can I do better than that? And we're going to say, well, we've got a couple targets you can try and hit, but really you're going to be shooting for those leaderboards.
Yeah.
But let's circle back on strategies a little bit. Yeah. And I think we've got a little bit of video to help with that. So here's the gauntlet right here. It, for all intents and purposes, looks like a normal dungeon. But we said, again, it's World Tier 4. It's targeting level 100 players. So we're going to throw a dungeon boss at you right at the start.
Yeah, and I will note, I know we're mentioning level 100. Technically, you can do gauntlet before level 100. It's just more probably more efficient to do it at level 100 just because it is an endgame activity and it'll be challenging.
I mean, if you think you're ready to tackle the gauntlet below level 100, by all means. It's not tuned that way. And so here, you're fighting, the Tomb Lord, and he's pretty powerful, but you're more powerful. In that case, you defeated him. Now, the cool thing about defeating that boss is it doesn't drop loot, it drops a shrine. And that shrine can then be used as a power-up to, further increase your power within the gauntlet. And there's other types of new shrines within the gauntlet, too. We just hit previously here a Pillar of Proving, and that's a shrine that actually respawns all the enemies around you. Now, why would you want to do that? Because you want to kill them again and get their score, right? So we've got the Pillar of Proving, we've got the Pillar of Glory, which is a way to basically get a multiplier on your score. And we've even got chests scattered all throughout the dungeon that you can earn keys for. And you see keys up in the corner on the HUD there. And those keys give you even additional score. So a lot of the strategy of a gauntlet is, as a solo player at least, trying to find the most optimal path through it and use that as a way to, take your really cool build and get the highest score possible.
And something we saw in the footage, obviously the first thing we ran into was a boss, like a Tomb Lord right there. And so you could technically take that Tomb Lord further into the dungeon if you want to.
Yeah, you're not stuck in the room.
You're not stuck in the room.
You can draw that Tomb Lord right next to another shrine and do a combo and then start building up even higher score.
Exactly, and so that's the thing I think with gauntlets, we're going to start to see some really, and because they change weekly and these leaderboards will be weekly, we're going to see players kind of create different combinations of what's the best way of optimizing for the best score possible, taking advantage of the shrines, taking advantage of the chests, taking advantage of should I drag a bunch of enemies over here just because I know I'll have a shrine ready and stuff like that. So it's gonna actually be really interesting to see, and I think it adds even more complexity to the idea once you start adding additional players to it as well.
We had a lot of fun testing this, especially in parties. Because parties can then start dividing and conquering what you need to do in order to get that high score. And so we expect party scores to be frankly ridiculous.
Parties, got to play with friends there for that and stuff. And so I know with leaderboards, when you're looking at leaderboards, I think we actually have an image of the leaderboards here, just like a quick throw up here. But you can see, based off of how leaderboards are, there is an overall leaderboard. For players, but then you have the ability of actually being able to filter by class, so you can see where you are within your own class.
Yeah, so each class does have a unique ladder, and that's those first 5 icons you see right there represent each of those classes if you're playing solo. And that was really important to us because we were talking about that component of fairness that we want to make sure that the competition is a level playing field. We understand that, a ball lightning sork, for example, probably shouldn't be compared to, a rogue or something like that. And so we allow each class to compete independently. And then there are also ladders for each of the different party sizes, because obviously a 4-person party probably is going to be able to cover more ground than a 2-person party. And so that actually creates 8 ladders with leaderboards right there. And then we also multiply that by 2 because we have separate ladders for our hardcore players because they are, they're competing on hardcore mode. They should get their own ladders.
Exactly.
And then we also have filters and leaderboards for the different platforms.
Yeah, so you can actually compare yourself. If you're playing on Xbox, you can compare yourself to other players on Xbox. Same thing for PC, which is great to see. We have the option of being able to kind of really filter out and see where we stack against other players in the leaderboard.
And that all gets rolled up into a global leaderboard as well. And all of those leaderboards we mentioned, you are also able to filter by friend and by clan if you want to be able just to see the people you're familiar with and not compete with kind of the community at large.
Yeah, so it's catered and customized to like allow players to actually really get into like almost like a granular type of look of how they may compete against, you know, just maybe everyone, or maybe just everyone on Xbox, or maybe just your friends, or maybe just people in your clan, which is really cool to see. And of course, with leaderboards and, you know, tackling leaderboards, as you mentioned, it is a separate dungeon. There are kind of rewards associated with leaderboards as well.
That's right. So, be straight up here, though. The ultimate reward of a leaderboard is glory and bragging rights.
Exactly.
And so, you know, only the top 1,000 players during a week are going to be able to get on the leaderboards. And it's going to be a pretty big accomplishment, but we got to do a little bit better than that. And so not only do we have the weekly leaderboards, we have the Hall of the Ancients, which is the top 10 players from every ladder each week get written to the Hall of the Ancients. Now, unlike the weekly leaderboard, the Hall of the Ancients don't reset. And so that is a permanent record of everyone who is the best of the best each week, each season. And it's not going to ever get erased, going to be there forevermore.
So yeah, you always have bragging rights if you ever want to show to other people, like, even if you come back like in a later season or something, you can always go like, trust me, I know what I'm doing type of thing. Yeah.
But we've got some additional rewards too. We've got some neat cosmetics for folks who, you know, maybe don't hit the Hall of the Ancients, but they hit another threshold on the leaderboards. And we've also introduced another type of reward called seals. Now, I like to think of myself like I could compete, but I know better than that. I am never going to be ranking on those leaderboards ever. And so the seals are meant for players, frankly, like me, who just, you know, not ready for the leaderboards yet. And so what the seals are is, you know, let me describe it this way. So we've got that ladder we were describing, right? And each rung of that ladder is going to have a seal associated with it. And so as you get better and better each week for that gauntlet, you're going to be able to earn seals and start ranking up in terms of the seals that you have. And it's going to go from kind of, I believe it's called Seal of the Blooded, which is the baseline, all the way up to Seal of the Worthy. And once you hit Seal of the Worthy, now you're ready, according to the game, to be able to compete in the leaderboards. So for myself, I'm probably just going to be trying to get Seal of the Worthy each week. But it's going to be pretty cool.
Right there with you.
Seal of the Worthy is still something that's pretty cool that you can display to other players to let them know that, you know, you're still pretty good at the leaderboards. It's just maybe you're not on the leaderboard itself.
I believe in you, Dan.
Yeah.
We believe in you.
Yeah, belief is great, but I know my limits. So
yeah. So lots of cool stuff for season 3. Gauntlet being a huge part of it. As we mentioned right at the beginning, that Gauntlet won't be at the start of the season, but we do plan. It is a season 3 thing. It is coming in season 3. We just want to make sure that players can actually grow their characters at the beginning of season 3. It's not like a speed run type of thing, just to jump into Gauntlet, especially on the first week of Gauntlet, if we were to have it with the launch of the actual season. So players will hear more news about when Gauntlet actually hits really soon. We'll have information on that, and we'll be sharing that with players. But thank you guys for sharing a little bit about some of those season 3 components. Of course, with a new season, there's a new season journey, and there is a new battle pass. There's a lot of feedback that we got from players and some data that we actually saw from players related to season journey and some optimizations that we've kind of made to make it a little bit more friendly, a little bit better for players specifically. I know one big thing that we ended up hitting on specifically was, for instance, like one of the components for season journey last season was like, hey, you need to kill 10 people in PvP, which made it a little difficult for some people, and we even saw that in some of our data from players. We're looking over the data, we're listening to your feedback, and PvP objectives just aren't that popular. And so because we're always keeping an eye on,
improving the game and improving the objectives for the season journey, we decided to modify some of the PvP objectives that exist. And then there's one in particular that we ripped out. It just had such a low completion rate.
So yeah, there's been optimizations based off of player feedback and of course data that we've seen from that end. And then I know that one big thing is like some of the rewards associated with season journey. We kind of amped them up a little bit.
No, it's super important for us to make sure that the season journey is rewarding. I mean, it's one of the backbones of our season, and if folks feel as if they're not compelled to go in and participate, then that's a miss for us. So we went back and really took a close look at the rewards and amped them up in a couple of key ways. The first way we amped them up is we made sure that it was a good vehicle for earning some of those governing stones and tuning stones we talked about. And so you actually get an advanced look for some of those governing and tuning stones if you play the season journey. And so you'll get the drops a little bit sooner, and that'll give you a little more of a leg up with speccing out your Seneschal. The other thing we did is we looked at those later chapters, Champion and Slayer and Destroyer. And we said, wow, those still don't feel rewarding enough. I mean, we're asking players to do a lot there. We're asking them to go into the boss ladder, defeat bosses, really invest a lot of time. So we wanted to make sure those rewards felt meaty. And so we added a number of ancestral legendaries there, including some that are 925 eye power.
Nice.
So hopefully that will be something that folks will really enjoy and get more folks wanting to take that journey with the season.
Also, something slightly related to season journey and feedback is we got some feedback that previously for our quest lines you had to complete certain levels of season journey to even progress in the quest line. Got a lot of feedback. People didn't like it. We don't want people not to feel good with it. So starting season 3, you can just do it start to finish. There's no season journey break.
Yep.
Very
so
cool.
It's
awesome.
No longer says level up to chapter 3 of the season journey.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, it's and again, community feedback has been so helpful for us, especially as we have been iterating on seasons and going from season to season. So it's been super great. Another big thing that's coming with at least season or with season 3 is it's a cosmetic that I think a lot of players have been looking forward to. First, actually, let's actually jump into all this. Actually, can we throw that graphic back up? There we go. So there a lot new cosmetics coming. One big thing I know that was really popular with season 2 was the town portal skins.
Love those town portals.
Everyone is rolling with the blood portal. I am not rolling with the blood portal. I'm like the one person that's rolling with like the angelic wings one. If there's other people like that, like shout out to those people. You're part of my crew. But there are also cool new skins and of course new emotes that are coming with the new premium battle pass for season 3. And then one item that I think we actually haven't really added to since launch is emblems specifically. Emblems are kind of like on your character title or on your character on the character bar for your screen. I have been rocking the Tree of Whispers one for a long time. I'm going to put it into retirement because we are adding new ones here. I believe we're adding, I think it's 3, I believe.
Yeah,
for this season.
You will get 2 new emblems per your adventures in the season journey, and then 3 through the battle pass.
Awesome. So yeah, we're adding in emblems. I know that's something that people were asking about because we've always had the 3 at launch. And so this now gives you the opportunity of actually collecting additional emblems in season 3. And of course, season blessings are also getting adjusted for the new season because I know with the last season, of course, they were specifically...
なんていうんだっけこれ、祝福経験値アップ、chance to receive an extra equipment ヘルタイドの箱から、装備が出る確率が上がるかなエクストラアイテムがレジェンダリーあるいはもうそれよりも上、ユニークかなユニークか、もっといいものになる可能性が高くなるっていうのもありますね。シュラインシュラインの祭壇の時間伸ばす これは今回の、シーズン要素である、その、チューニングストーン。チューニングストーン、もっと得られるよっていうものかな。これはささやきからもらえる、報酬が良くなるってものかな。おそらく。馬のクールダウンだっけ走るあれ、なくなったんや。
Cater towards Season of Blood. This one is, of course, being updated for Season 3, including items that affect like tuning stones, for instance, specifically for players. So Season Blessings will be getting updated for this new season. And then I know that one thing that people, and something I mentioned in the beginning, which is the boss ladder items, that is most definitely coming back for Season 3, so players can expect to have the opportunity of being able to tackle through the boss ladder. And we actually do have some optimizations that we'll be talking about here really shortly related to being able to jump into boss ladders. So yeah, lots of stuff for Season 3.
Yes.
Tons of stuff for Season 3. Biggest season yet for Diablo 4. And, you know, we covered a lot. I'm looking forward to people jumping in. It begins on January 23rd, where players will be able to actually jump in and create new characters for the season. So, Dan, Madeline, thank you guys so much.
Oh, you're welcome.
Really appreciate it. And then I know for the next part of our broadcast, we're actually going to use some amazing tech. First time we're doing this because we now have two different sets. One here in Albany, which is themed like Cathedral of Light. You know, we're in a colder environment. It is cold outside in Albany. I'm not used to that as a California person.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
I landed lots of snow. But it's like Cathedral of Light, Fractured Peaks, you know, kind of feeling. And of course, we'll be going to Irvine, where we're in like the, I hate to say the pits of hell. Irvine is not like hell, I promise. I lived there. But our studio is like that. And that we are going to be joined by Adam Jackson. Adam, hopefully you're there. There you are. Hello.
Hey, I hope you can hear me. I'm always cherry.
I can hear you live from Irvine.
Cool.
Adam, you know, they always call it the Adam and Adam show whenever you and I are on. And of course, we're going to be talking a little bit about some of the balance changes coming with Season 3 and what players can expect. And a little bit about some of the philosophy as well of what you have kind of, or what you want to actually present to the players of what they can expect going forward, especially with Gauntlet being involved. So do you want to take it away?
Yeah, totally. Got lots to talk about today, so I'm pretty excited. So I'm really going to be going over 3 different major topics today when we talk about what's coming in for Season 3 and beyond. So the first one is, I think, what everybody expects. We have some new class updates coming. A little bit of a caveat here, though. I'm not going to be going over every single node or every single update, but I am going to give you kind of a high level of what's coming for every class. But you'll definitely find out some more stuff when you look into the patch notes and see other things we're doing. And patch notes are going to be coming out very soon, like tomorrow is my understanding.
Actually, yeah. They're coming out tomorrow, so players can expect to see them tomorrow. We'll give you a preview today, but you'll see the full patch notes tomorrow.
Correct. So it'll be a preview, but you know, you'll still get an idea of kind of what we're thinking and what we're doing. Next, I want to do a brief explanation of kind of how we currently view class balance. You know, the game's gone through a lot. We've been out for a little while. We also have the Gauntlet coming. So, you know, a lot of changes coming, and we're going to be adapting to it. And then the last thing is kind of a roadmap for our plans for seasonal updates going forward. I kind of want to give people some more concrete ideas of when we update and how we update. So first we're going to start with the class updates. So first for the Barbarian, we got a few things going on. The first one is some big improvements to Charge. You know, right now Charge is, you know, you need a bunch of different legendaries and other effects to make it really...
Barbarian. Big improvement to Charge. Move power to the baseline skill from legendary other effect. It's going to be a lot more damage now. We might be crazy.
Kind of seen and be powerful. And we're going to be moving a lot of power to the baseline skill from legendaries and other effects. It's going to do a lot more damage now than it did before. We might be insane, but I think it's really cool, and so we're going to do it. But you can see here, kind of Season 2, what the damage numbers look like. You know, like 1,200, and then Season 3, it's like 12,000. So, you know, like 8x or something like that. So it's going to do a lot of damage now, baseline. Of course, legendaries are adjusted to compensate, but yeah, you should have a lot more fun with it out the gate. We're also doing a lot of buffs to key passives, such as Walking Arsenal, to kind of keep them up to date with the one that most people pick, that shall not be named. And then also we're just seeing a lot of shouts. We got a lot of feedback that players don't really like feeling kind of mandatory that they put all the different shouts on their bar. I played a barbarian last season. I know how it feels. So we're trying to kind of walk this line where we want it to be fun and you can put all the shouts on your bar, but it's not required and you kind of feel like there's good reasons not to. So we've done some changes there.
Many buffs to keep passive such as blocking arson. 歩く武器庫歩く武器庫わかるけど many buffs to keep passive such as は Want to make having multiple shots on your bar feel like less of a requirement, but keep it as an option?
And, if I were a betting man, I'd say I'd put my money into, charge and maybe some key passives as far as things that I think you'll be happy to see. So I think you'll be kind of happy with our changes there.
Adam, whenever we have you on, we have to talk about class stonks. And this is
あとキーパッシブもね。
class stonks.
そっか。これ出血。これバーサーク。どういたしまして、もうレイドされたらね、すいませんね。こんちは、ドッグランパーティーさん。いらっしゃいませ。最近ハックスラばっかりやってるピカリと申します。ディアブロ4、オフシーズンの時は、オフシーズンはないけど、ある程度やり込んで終わった後はポエばっかりやってるピカリと申します。
Stonks.
Yes.
So next, let's go over to the Sorcerer. Again, these aren't all the changes. These are just high-level stuff. First one is, we know that Sorcerer players have kind of had some pain trying to apply vulnerable to enemies, so we're giving it to Lightning Spear now. So just baseline, Lightning Spear, when it crits enemies, will now make them vulnerable. So you have another avenue there that isn't Frost Nova to consistently apply it. We also have some buffs to various Paragon Legendary nodes that you can look forward to that kind of open up or make some things stronger. And last but not least, for you Meteor fans, Meteor build is getting quite a few updates and buffs across the board. We also are giving them a new unique that kind of changes how you think about it and how it plays that I'll be showing off in a little bit. So,
can't wait to see it. It's so good. It's so good.
Yeah, totally. So again here, Meteor players and Elemental Summoner players, like the ones that like to use the different conjurations, we got some stuff there in the Legendary, or the Paragon Legendary node space that should make you happy. And next we've got the Rogue. So we've got quite a few changes coming to the Rogue. There's a lot of buffs to really underuse skill and skill upgrades. A lot of people use, Twisting Blades and Poison Imbue and things like that. And we're really targeting some of the things that people aren't using so much and giving them some love. In particular, we're targeting range builds to make them more viable and fun. I think it's the Precision Key passive is getting a bit of a rework, and a lot of stuff coming for things like Penetrating Shot and stuff like that. And we're also updating pretty much all the range uniques, including Windforce, Skyhunter, and Eaglehorn. They're going to be quite a bit more usable and powerful, I think. So here, again, some buffs coming really to range builds in general, and also Caltrops, which is a bit of an underused skill that we're giving some love. And then we've got the Druid next. So here we've got some buffs coming to various spirit boons that aren't seen as much play as others. As an example, Prickle Skin is the one that gives you some thorns. The amount there is being increased by a lot. You can see here in Season 2, it gives about 300 at this level. And then Season 3, I think it's doing about 4x what it used to. So some big buffs coming to various spirit boons that are underused. And then also Rabies is getting quite a few upgrades. We got a new legendary coming in for Rabies. That's pretty neat. And then we also have a buff to enhance Rabies. So for all of you that love spreading your poisons among enemies, you're going to be a little bit happy in Season 3. So here again, we got some buffs. I put Rabies here, but also...
レイビーってこれか。狼でこう噛みつくスキルか。ライトニングストームこれけど、結構強かったよ。私使ってたけど。さらに強くなるの。はあ。
Lightning Storm, and we'll be showing off a new unique there too. I'm actually probably going to play Lightning Storm in Season 3 because it's got a really cool unique coming that we're going to... So you'll have that to look forward to.
Yeah, I'm so excited for you to show these uniques. I think people are going to probably cater their builds for those classes to some of those uniques.
They're pretty. I mean, we have uniques coming for every class. We're just going to be showing those two off today. Again, not everything, but they're pretty cool. Last but not least, we got Necromancer. So Blood and Iron Golems. So fun fact for those of you who didn't know, but the Bone Golem, when it attacks enemies with its normal attack, it actually cleaves and hits nearby enemies. And the Blood and Iron Golems didn't, and they were very jealous and unhappy. And so we just decided to give it to them. So now all your golems, your golem friends are going to AoE cleave when they attack. I didn't put in a note here, but also just golems in general are getting some buffs. And I think we even some other minion buffs across the board. But you can see those in the patch notes. And then a quality of life change coming is that Bone Prison, friendly players and your minions can now move through them. We've seen some situations, I know I've played it, where you'll Bone Prison an enemy in your minion build, and then your minions actually can't get to the enemy, or they want to go somewhere else, and the Bone Prison actually blocks them. So now you and your friends will just be able to go through it. It'll be a lot more usable. And then we got a lot of Bone Spirit upgrades, including a redesign of one of the aspects, which is the aspect of Swelling Curse. I think Bone Spirit players are going to be really happy. So you can see here.
あれ強いけど抑圧いた瞬間泣きそうになる。あれ、あと敵はちっちゃいとあんま当たらなかったですね。ライトニングストームは。でかいと全部当たるんですけど、めっちゃ強いんですけど、ちっちゃいとあんま当たらない。ボーンスピリットが、距離によってダメージが上がって最大 25%。ボーンスピリットのクリティカルストライクの確率が、25% 上がって、Maximum essence is increased by 2 for each enemy hit for ボーンスピリットが敵に、当たる敵の数によって、最大エッセンスが2上がって15秒持続ってことか。10体に当たったら最大エッセンス20
On the left is kind of the old version of Bone Spirit, and it basically dealt increased damage based on distance traveled, and the gameplay there was you want to be kind of far away from your enemy and then let it slowly creep towards them. It would do more damage. But it turns out Bone Spirit players really just kind of shotgun it and try and get next to enemies, so it wasn't really very usable or good most of the time. So now we changed it where this legendary gives you everything a Bone Spirit player would want. You get more crit chance on Bone Spirit, which means its CDR goes down thanks to its upgrades. And then when you hit enemies, your max essence is temporarily increased, which means more damage on Bone Spirit. So this really just kind of gives you everything that you want. And so here again, we got some buffs coming to Bone Spirit and to Golems for the Necromancers. So if you use either of those, I think you'll be eating pretty well this season. And again, these are just some examples. We got a lot more stuff in the patch notes for everybody. Next, let's go over the couple new uniques. So the first one is that Meteor one I talked about. So this unique
これは、これ、あいつだ、ソーサラ。
unique is the Starfall Coordinate. It basically being like a spender skill into
メテオは、2チャージ、もともと1回あれ、メテオって確かクールダウンじゃなかったよね。マナを使ったよね。それがクールダウンになって、マナコストの代わりにクールダウンに変わって、2チャージ。で、3つのメテオを周りに落とす。メテオエンジェンスエフェクト and then the minute drop. メテオのエンチャント
to a charge-based skill. So now you can actually run Meteor with other things like Fireball or Incinerate or Firewall, and it makes it into a very powerful cooldown-based skill that summons a bunch of meteors. It also synergizes with your enchantment, and you basically just drop a lot more meteors around like carpet bombing enemies with them. It's pretty awesome.
わー、ディアボロ3のメテオだ。
And then the next one is the new Druid unique. This is for Lightning Storm. Basically, what this does is it makes your Lightning Storm grow quicker.
ライトニングストームが、もう一回ストライク、成長するたびに、ライトニングストーム、クリガーストライク、cause lightning to strike twice, stealing。ライトニングストームのクリティカルはもう一回使うってことかな。で、ダメージも上がると。クリティカル確率上がって、高温の一撃上がっ 、これディフェンスパッシブ
So you can get up to that maximum amount. I think it's 4 or 5
5
stacks really quickly. And then also when your lightning bolts crit, an additional lightning bolt will come down and do more damage. And that additional lightning bolt also, it's still a lightning storm lightning bolt. So you get all of your synergies with all of your other effects. So basically it turns into lightning everywhere. Is just pretty cool when you
ちょっと
combine it
弱
with
め
all
の
of
ザク処理に関しては
lightning
最
bolt
強だったん
legendaries
ですよ、
stuff.
これ。多分全キャラ最強レベルだったと思う。強いタ
Next,
コはちょっと苦手
now
だ
that
っ
we're
た
done
ん
with
だ
the
け
class
ど、
updates, I kind of want to talk a little bit about how we've been viewing class balance and how we're going to be thinking about going forward in Season 3 and
ほん
beyond.
とやばかったんですよ、あれが。ザク処理が。
So one of the things that we've been
あれ
talking
が
about a
もっ
lot
と
on the
強くなる
team
のか。
is kind of thinking about how should we be updating the game when it comes to buffing and nerfing classes and builds, and then also how often should we update it. And I kind of want to
ね、
get
あ
a
れ
little
は、あれ
into the
楽
weeds
しい
here
で
to
す、本
understand
当
where
に。
we're coming from.
私、シーズン2の時にやったんですけど、あれ本当楽しい
So
です。
first is that we want to
ね、
balance
購
kind
入
of
数
two
値すごい
competing
でかいですね。
concepts that are always at
24。
odds with each other that we believe players want that really make for a fun game and a fun experience, particularly in Diablo 4. But this is
だ
honestly
い
kind of
ぶ
true
前
for
だ
most
からい
games
ろい
as
ろ
far
忘れ
as
てた
when
けど
they
ね、あのビル
update
ド
when。it comes to balance. So the first one is we believe that players really want to feel like you all can have fun with powerful builds that you discover. Kind of a core part of playing these games is you think outside the box, or you discover something, or maybe even you follow a guide, but you find something that's really cool and awesome, and then you want to go wreck demons and kill stuff with it, right? You want to feel like you have this sense of permanence where you can make something, it's going to be cool, and you can go and have fun with it. But then on the flip side, here we also believe that players want the meta to refresh, so that the same things are obviously the best choices forever, right? Looking back at Season 2,
自分で探した強いビルドで楽しさを感じてほしいっていうことかな、私。ボスとか壁に、誘導して雷落とすと、雷多段ヒットして楽しかったね。あれは、もう、全部当たるようなでっかいボスだと本当に火力高かったですね。デュリエールとかでかいから、もう、6つ落ちるんですけど、雷が。あれ全部当たってね、超火力出せたり、楽しかったですね。
easy thing to point to is ball lightning, right? Ball lightning was really fun and awesome. Newsflash, it was also kind of bugged. But during Season 2, a lot of people had a lot of fun with it. But we believe that, if we just kept things like Ball Lightning or Hoda Barb or these things that are really powerful for many seasons over and over, not only Sorcerer players in the case of Ball Lightning, but even players of other classes would start to feel this kind of gravitational pull and a lot of pressure to play the things that are obviously more powerful than other things. And then players would start to feel pigeonholed into being forced to play very specific things. And so kind of this dichotomy of these two competing factors where you want to have a sense of permanence and finding things and having fun and not being afraid that Blizzard's going to take it away from you. But you also want to have a sense of, the same thing isn't strong forever. And you look at the leaderboards or you look on forums or wherever you look for your feedback, and everybody just is playing the same things, and you feel like not everything is viable, right? So, in this vein, some of the larger changes that you're going to see in Season 3 that are kind of bug fixes or nerfs, before a lot during BlizzCon and before we've talked about how you want to give players a heads up of what's coming. So these are the things you're going to see at the launch of Season 3 that are kind of they're having their power lowered. The first one is the Ball Lightning enchantment, or enhancement, sorry, is causing it to deal too much damage, obviously. The rogues have also been getting extra combo points via very specific unique interactions. That's made them very powerful. Twisting Blades, again on the Rogue, and Poison Imbue have had some interactions that we're cleaning up that makes it do more damage than was intended. The Druid very recently kind of climbed to the top of the power level in the game due to kind of an unfortunate interaction with
Blurred Beast Aspect. 何の化身だこれ
Blurred Beast, where you can double dip damage. And really, we've had a couple cases like this earlier in the game, so we're redesigning this legendary power, where you can kind of apply a dot or some effect, and then something else does damage based on the dot, or something dealing damage on something else, and then that damage double dips, and then just goes into crazy town really quick. So we're nipping that in the bud. For the Barbarian, the Hammer of the Ancients, the Violent Hammer of the Ancients, which is one of the upgrades that you can get, was always being applied whether or not you had it. and we're cleaning that up. So basically, everybody would always take the other upgrade, and they were getting both. And then overpower. This is more of an oversight, not a bug, but it was kind of just too strong in general. If you remember, when Season 2 launched, we redid all the combat math in the game, and back then, overpower, nobody was really playing it. And then we really wanted to give it some love, and we definitely did. So it's a little bit too strong right now, and so it's just getting toned down.
Overpower.
And now next I want to talk about our season roadmap. Kind of, when we were talking about how we think about how often we should update the game, we wanted to let you, the community, know kind of what the conclusions we came to and what we're
per
season,
season launch.
So right now our plan is to update the game twice per season when it comes to class balance and release class updates. We're going to do one update at the launch of the season where you're going to see more kind of large scale things. The meta is kind of expected to shift a little more. And then we also plan to do a mid-season update. That'll come somewhere around the center of the season, depending on the exact dates of patch cycle. So you'll get a little bit smaller of an update there, but still something that'll, do a bunch of buffs, and we're going to go into detail of what you can expect from these. So first, let's talk about season launch and what you can expect when a new season comes when it comes to classes and balance. So the first thing is we're going to be giving you some new content. You can count on this. We're going to be giving new legendaries and uniques that are added to the game. The amount that we do can be variable, but what we can commit to is that every class should be getting something new in this space. So you can expect some amount of new legendaries and some amount of new uniques that'll give you new toys to play with. Next, there are balance updates. We'll be doing both balance and design updates for all the classes. And by design updates, I mean, some more in-depth things where we change around functionality rather than just moving numbers up and down. Again, the amount is variable here. It kind of depends on the needs of the game at the time and how much other stuff that we're doing. But as a general idea, just so you can know what to expect, we plan to do many buffs to things that are underperforming, a few nerfs to the things that are really overperforming, and then bug fixes, which can honestly be both buffs or nerfs, depending on what the actual bug is. And then we also plan to do other game updates. Our team isn't really only just doing classes. We also look at monster balance and feel. We do systems with drop rates and things like that. How quickly players can get things that let them have access to different types of content, all of that. So you can expect that at the beginning of a season. And then last but not least are larger updates and initiatives, right? These aren't guaranteed every season, but we want to launch these when they're ready. These are kind of, the big things that really shake up the game and change how players fundamentally interact with things. An example of some things here, or a couple things that we did in Season 2, we updated the resistance math and combat math to the game, and that was kind of a really big change of just how players interact with monsters and how they interact with their gear and stats and how they scale things. But we also do support for other things that might not seem so obvious, like content like Abattoir of Zir, where we have to go and look at the monsters, we have to look at the scaling, we have to when they do these things. So, we support all of those larger updates and initiatives as well, and you can expect these kinds of things going forward in seasons. But again, not every season. Just depends on when it's ready to come out. And next, let's talk about the mid-season patch and kind of what that looks like. So the first thing is we want to bring back previous season fan favorites. One of the nice things about a seasonal kind of model for a game is that we can experiment with things and then bring back the things that work. So an example of where we did this before was the Malignant Reigns. A lot of the Malignant Hearts in Season 1 had really cool designs that people really liked and got attached to. And we were able to bring that back in the form of unique reigns, right? Going forward, we think that the way that we bring back these designs could be legendaries, uniques, or even other ways, right? Like we can maybe just add it as Paragon nodes or passive practice or other ways of skill tree. We don't really want to be limited to it must always be unique, or it must always be legendary. But what we do want to limit ourselves to is that we definitely want to promise that we can do one thing per class. And we also think that we can pull from all seasonal designs, not only from the previous season, right? If the design of the power mechanic of a season doesn't really fit into something that's evergreen for players, then we don't want to be limited to trying to shoehorn it in. We may just bring back, maybe a lot of Malignant Hearts or a lot of Blood Seals. People really got attached to. We don't want to be limited to we can only bring back 4 or 5 things, and then we can never bring more. So we're just gonna kind of look like what happened in the past that people liked, and then bring some of those things back. And then the balance updates, we also want to do this in the mid-season patch. The scope of this will be smaller compared to the beginning of the season. And we also want to do other game updates, like I said before, to monster systems, drop rates, and some of those things. We also want to try mix in a lot of buffs for each class. And then we will be doing bug fixes, and these will be both buffs and nerfs, and we'll go into a little more detail of that in a minute. And then we're really going to try and hit this goal. No promises. These are famous last words for me. But, we want to try and do few to no nerfs that really aren't bugs. And our kind of thinking and philosophy here is that we know that unlike the beginning of a season, players spent a lot of time farming for these things. And we don't want...
Farming for things. Don't want them to be scared of making powerful stuff. Broadcast nerfs, both design and bug fix before the update. ナーフとか、バグフィックスは、アップデート前に、告知してくれるっていう話だね。バグじゃない場合は多分ナーフしない。できるだけナーフしないってことかな。蓋開けてみないとわからないバグが出てくるから頑張って見つけてねってことですかね。とりあえずバグによってなんかやばいの生まれたりしてたじゃないですか。前のまさにローグのなんだっけ、あれ、なんか20個まで、実際20個まで増えてたあれなんだっけ名前が。なんかこう3つあって丸が。あれユニーク装備すると3つまでじゃなくて10何個まで増えたとかあったじゃないですか。ああいうのは修正するかもよっていうことだと思います。おそらくこれは。で、バグじゃなくて、その仕様によってね、強すぎた場合はナーフしないっていう、そういうことだと思いますね、これは。
want you to be scared of making powerful stuff and then knowing that we're going to take it away if it's too strong,
蓋開けてみないと
right?
本
And
当
we
に
want to
わ
have a
から
sense
な
of
いバグ
permanence
と
when you
かも
start
あ
a
るから
season that
ね
you。can try and target something that's
そういう
cool
の見つ
and
け
then
たら
finish it.
ちょっ
But
と
sometimes we need to if
ナーフするかもね
something's way too far out of control, particularly now that we have the gauntlet coming in. And our plan is to really broadcast the nerfs, whether they're design or bug fixes, before the mid-season update, so that you have an idea of what's coming, so that you can adjust your builds and play accordingly. So now let's give a couple examples here of kind of, if these things that existed in Season 3 and beyond, how would we think about how would we handle these in the mid-season patch? So, in Season 2, like I mentioned before, the Hammer of the Ancients, this upgrade, Violent Hammer of the Ancients, was just always being applied, right? Basically, overpowered builds were just getting 30% more multiplicative damage for free. It was a bug, not intended at all. This is something that we would fix in a mid-season patch. So, like, if this happened in Season 3, you could expect that in the mid-season patch, we would bug fix this, and, that would be a nerf to that build. On the other hand, a little bit more complicated one. So if you remember Ossified Essence, you Necromancer players, this was your key passive, and it was really, really, really good. It basically says that your bone skills deal more damage based on each point of essence you have above 50. The gameplay here that we had intended was, you try and increase your mass essence, which is a fun little itemization game that you have. But then you also have some gameplay of trying to only cast and then get back to max as soon as you can. So you care about resource regen. Like, there's all these cool gameplay and itemization things going on. What we didn't anticipate, though, was that players would get as much max essence as they were able to, or that they were able to keep it as high as they were able to. And those were really just oversights on our part. So then in Season 2, we nerfed this by 50%, a whopping 50%, and I still think this is probably one of the strongest key passives in the game. That's how good it was. It's really good. But, it still keeps all the gameplay that it had before. So what if this existed in Season 3? Well, here, this would kind of be more of a question mark for us. We may fix it in the mid-season patch. We would definitely fix it at the start of next season. But technically, this isn't a bug. It's just something that is just really strong that we kind of had an oversight about. Here, we would be looking at, community feedback. How badly is it warping the meta? Are other builds in Necromancer really not able to function at all because this one is so much better? We'd be looking at more things like that are qualitative types of feedback, and then make a judgment call there. And, in these cases, this is where it gets really noodly. Sometimes we may be wrong, but we're going to really try and lean on the side of not changing unless we really feel like it's needed to keep the game healthy. So, again, kind of a recap at TLDR. First, our strategy here with players is to communicate early and communicate often. We want to let you know, particularly when it comes to nerfs, what's coming and really what we're thinking. And then again, at the start of the season, you can expect some new content in the form of legendaries and uniques. You'll also be getting some more in-depth balance updates, including design updates and things that we feel we could do better at. Lots of buffs, few nerfs, but bug fixes that are both buffs and nerfs to keep the game in a healthy state. And then in the mid-season patch, you get new
今まで
content
の
in
シ
the
ーズン
form
で、
of
好まれてた
previous
デ
fan
ザインのも
favorites
のが
from
持っ
other
て
seasons.
こられると。
And then we will be doing
で、
a
今日は
balance
そのバラン
patch.
スアップ
It'll
デー
be
ト
a
も
bit
少し、
smaller. It'll be mostly buffs,
ほ
and then
とん
bug
どバ
fixes
フ
that are
で、
both buffs and
まあ、
nerfs.
バグフィック
And
ス、
hopefully
バ
few
フもある
to
し、
no
ナーフもあ
design
る。
nerfs is what we're going to try and commit to.
で、ほんの
And
少
so
し、
again, the reason why we're doing this is we really want
で、
you
あ
to
るいは
know
もう
kind
全
of where we're
く
thinking,
ナ
and
ー
we
フは
want
な
to
い
try and commit
方
to
向性で
concrete
い
things
く
when
っ
we
て書
can.
いてある。
And this is something that we feel we can commit to you
まとめ
as
です
far
ね、
as
これ
what we
は。
bring to Diablo 4 going forward. Again, last thing is that we are open to feedback on this. This isn't set in stone that forevermore we'll be only doing 2 updates per season when it comes to balance. We're trying to find that right amount of time where you feel like you can experiment and
こう
have
やってなん
fun,
かこ
but
う
the same thing
ロード
isn't
マップ
strong
的なもの
forever.
出してくれる
So,
と、ちょっとワク
please
ワク
give
しな
us
が
your
ら待って
feedback.
ます
Let
ね
us。know what you think.
これなんかバフされ
This
る
is
か
how
も
we're
み
going
た
to
いな
start,
感じで
and
ね。
then we're going to go from here. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much,
IP を引き上げ
Adam,
され
for
るんですか？
going
いや、これは
over
多
all
分
the
言及
balance
され
changes
てない
coming
の
for
で、
Season 3,
今
along
ま
with
で
the
のまんまで
roadmap,
す
which
ね。
is really
急
important.
に
And
こう
so
だったかな、
that's
最
a
大。
big thing that we
925のま
will
まだと思います。
make sure we do is obviously communicate often, communicate early, specific about or specifically about all the balance changes that may occur with the start of a season, and of course with that mid-season patch. And just for like better understanding within the community, if you follow version numbers of our updates, because we usually do client patches with big patches, usually mid-season patches land around around the 0.3 variant of a patch if you want to go specifically in that. We do have a lot of other quality of life items that are also coming within Season 3 that we do want to get into before we jump into Q&A. And we did want to tackle some of these because these are really big and these are based off of players and what they're telling us, and of course things and improvements that we've already talked about beforehand that are now actually coming into Diablo 4. One big thing that I know that we mentioned in one of our prior streams with a campfire chat, Mr. Joe Shelley, our game director, actually brought up, which was Helltides. Helltides was, something we learned within Season 2 and Season Blood is everyone really enjoyed Blood Harvest, and Blood Harvest was always up. Helltides, though, were kind of timed in specific moments, and, Helltides was something that we wanted to improve upon for players, and now Helltides will actually be up pretty much all the time. So players will be able to actually jump into Helltides whenever they need to. There is a 5-minute break to kind of reset the zone and stuff, but every hour you will be able to jump into a Helltide, which is great. So it's more opportunities to earn cinders, and of course more opportunities to earn and obtain loot, or even things like living steel and stuff to kind of go through the Uber boss ladder, which is great. The other thing is, and this is a controversial topic because I don't know how people actually pronounce this, but I've always called it WASD. Other people call it WASD. Some people call it WASD.
We need a poll up stat.
I almost want to put a poll up within Twitch chat. Maybe you guys can chime in here and let me know what you prefer calling it. I'm going to call it WASD, but WASD controls are coming to Diablo 4. This is actually something we talked about way back at the launch of the game. We heard a lot of players asking specifically for additional control options for them, and this actually is a great feature that Drew, I know, who's on the D4 team. Shout out to Drew. I know he's watching, but and he's here in this office. But at least for WASD, it offers more accessibility options for players, which is great to see. So WASD controls are going to be in Diablo 4, and this is something we've been talking about.
We're also really lucky it came online just as we were putting all those hazards in the dungeons.
Exactly.
So now, the players have even more precise control to avoid.
WASD feels very good with traps.
WASD, however you want to pronounce it, that is going to be
They like WASD.
Chat likes WASD according to Rich.
It's okay to be wrong.
But yeah, it is coming to the game. And what's really great about this as well is that it is customizable. You can actually change things out and stuff if you like. So really happy to see it, and we're happy to hear feedback from players and their experiences with it once they jump into Season 3. And then, of course, we have a new respec mode coming to skill trees. This is respecing on skill trees has always been a little difficult, and now there's a more optimized way of being able to do so. Another big community item that a lot of players have been asking for. This kind of goes hand in hand with the opportunity of actually taking your whole parrot on board and completely resetting it before, as opposed to doing it one by one that we had beforehand.
It's a lot less
so there's more opportunities to
となん
actually
か
respec
ね
and do
前
it
の
in
なんか
a
スキル
much
を
more
やり
organized
くりし
fashion with
てこうやらなきゃいけなかったじゃ
And
ないです
then
か。
this has been a huge
あ
one.
れ
This
が
is
スキルツリ
specifically
ー
for
スペ
console
ックモード
players.
振り直しモー
I
ドでは
probably
多分
get
自
this
由にある
question
程度
maybe like
は出て
once
くる
every
と思う。
single day about gold trading. Obviously, more gold is in the
ゴール
Diablo
ドトレード
4
UI はわかりません。
economy or ecosphere with
やったこと
season,
ないので
especially
わか
since
んない
season
これ。
2. And for console users, like trading gold has been very difficult. It's been slow. Almost, it's you could be there for quite a while trying to trade a significant amount of gold. And so the gold trading UI has been updated for console users, so they'll be able to actually trade gold without having to maybe spend 5 to 10 minutes doing so in one trade. So I know that is a big thing that players have been asking for, so we're happy that's actually being included. And then this one is also kind of calling back to what Joe Shelley had brought up in a prior campfire chat, which was higher item scaling in World Tier 4. I think he used a really good example of how world bosses was kind of like, hey, you get 925 gear off of them, and at times it feels like maybe that's like the most optimized way of doing it, and it didn't feel very rewarding in other types of activities such as like nightmare dungeons, for example. So higher item scaling in World Tier 4 is actually coming into Season 3 and going forward for Diablo 4. So even when you're doing like higher nightmare dungeons, you're going to have way more opportunities of actually obtaining high level 925 gear. As opposed to before where it was a much lower chance and it felt like you should be doing other types of activities beforehand. So making sure that there's more options available as opposed to just kind of pigeonholing yourself into maybe timed world bosses and stuff like that from that end. And then this one is a point of feedback that we've gotten from a lot of players, and this is something that we kind of optimized within Season 2 last year. Things like the living steel buff based off of community feedback was really big, and so we're actually increasing opportunities to earn the beast and ice summoning items. So this kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier in our stream, where with the boss ladder, there will be more opportunities for players to kind of jump into those. So there will be additional summoning items for Beast and Ice, which will then, of course, help you eventually get to Burial. And this goes hand in hand with some of the living steel buffs that we ended up doing in Season 2 within Helltide. So a lot of quality of life updates, and there's additional ones that players will end up seeing within the patch notes that will be releasing tomorrow. So you should check out the patch notes. They'll be hitting on Diablo4.com specifically for all the details and all the items that even Adam Jackson was talking about earlier. Now we come to the part where I always mess up names. But actually, before we do that, I'm breaking order. Our wonderful production group here is going to be like, "What's wrong with you, Adam?" One thing I did want to call out is we actually have a new promo for Twitch starting with Season 3, and that is our support a streamer promo. We had the support a streamer for Season 1. We have it again for Season 2. It is a new mount that players can actually earn. This time it's different. Before we only had a select group of streamers. I think it was like around like 2,000 streamers that signed up and opted in. Now it's for any streamer that streams Diablo 4. Thank you, Twitch, for making the engineering updates to allow for it to be just across the whole entire category. Any streamer that is streaming Diablo 4, if you're a viewer and you happen to be watching them, you can either purchase a sub from them or gift a sub and to a total of 2. So it could be 1 gifted, 1 purchase, or 2 gifted, and you'll actually end up earning the amounts as well. You just need to make sure that your Battle.net account is actually linked with your Twitch account, and you are watching a participating Diablo 4 streamer. It'll note it on their channels and stuff. For you to earn that mount. So that is coming, and there'll be a blog later today about that specific Twitch supporter streamer program that's going to be launching with the start of Season 3 on January 23rd. So make sure to check it out, and I believe it's actually going to be running for quite a while, like a month or so. So players will be able to kind of take part in that from their end. But now our favorite part, which is the Q&A. And we're actually going to be going back and forth between Irvine and here in Albany, because Adam Jackson, of course, is still with us to answer any specific questions related to class and class balance that players may have. But I know one question that, as we queue up questions specifically from our side and have my live feed right here, we'll attempt to not butcher names. Maybe I will. I will. Spoilers. But one question that we do have is how have the team's thoughts changed in regards to balance since Diablo 4's release? This is a question for Mr. Adam Jackson and Irvine. If you could help us with that answer.
Yeah. Let me think. It's a deep question, but I think okay. So I guess we'll start with, because there's like a long history of balance, right? I think there's actually a very good story, and we could start even before launch and going into launch and how we thought about things. But I think we'll start with like season 1 and the transition from kind of the launch version of the game into our first season, right? Obviously, when we launched the game, we had some pretty benign ideals, I think, of, hey, we want all the classes to be within a certain power range of each other, and everything should be viable for everyone, and basically everything feels good, and there's a lot of different ways to play, right? And then one of the issues that we ran into this season 1 that I think is interesting to talk about is we realized that in our quest to make items and item stats really fun and powerful and interesting, we had over budgeted on quite a few of them. And I think just in the interest of time, I'll pick on cooldown reduction. It's a very scary stat to me and the team. So we realized in the launch version game, the cooldown reduction was too high, right? And so players are basically able to solve cooldown reduction, using that with air quotes, and get to a point where they had very low, if any, cooldowns on a lot of their skills. And this was true for many stats, not just cooldown reduction. But one of the problems that we knew was going to come up that was a kind of future us problem, or really almost immediately us problem, is that if we let players solve these things, whether it's defensive stats, cooldown reduction, resource, whatever it may be, and we let them solve it only in gear, then we're going to get to a state where we can't give exciting things to you anymore that you're going to be really happy about and that will feel impactful, because you just got it all in gear, right? And while gear does need to be cool and interesting, if you completely solve these things, I can't give you a legendary power, or I can't give you something late game that really buffs and changes your build in a meaningful way if you got it from just one source. And so then we launched season 1, and we're like, okay, we're going to kind of eat our vegetables here, and we're going to preserve the long-term health of the game, but we're going to do these very necessary nerfs, and there are quite a few, right? And even at the time we did this, we knew, we tried to mix in a bunch of buffs and, try and make it feel good, but we just didn't hit the mark, right? We kind of failed in that endeavor. We did, do the necessary things to bring the game in a long-term healthy state, but it came at the cost of player fun and player sentiment. And so you went from, the beginning preseason to season 1, and the game overall just got quite a bit less fun because you were just less powerful and you weren't compensated enough from the player point of view. And so we kind of learned a lesson there of we need to be a little bit more thoughtful and careful of when we roll out these things and how we roll them out, and then also how we communicate it, right? Because we didn't really tell people the intricacies of these problems. We just came out with a patch and let you figure it out, and that didn't go too well, right? So then in season 2 came around, and we did a big combat math update to the game. We were kind of a little worried because we had to kind of thread this needle of we also were nerfing player power because we changed a lot of multiplicative synergies to be additive. But we wanted to do it in a way where you felt more powerful and it felt more fun and fair. So we had to do a lot of more work on the monster side to balance monsters to the new expected player power when vulnerable is not always multiplicative.
とりあえず、今日ディアブロ4の配信をここまで見て、ちょっと待って、さっきのあれを見ますね。よいしょ。これをね、持ってきて。特別なゾルタの誤報の祝福が残った状態でボスを倒すと追加の報酬を受け取れる。この、ゾルタの誤報っていうのは、その宝箱があって、宝箱を触れると、これがもらえるんですよね、ゾルタの誤報。で、これいくつかあって箱がね、触れると蓄積していくっていう。そんな風に配信、ライブストリームで言ってました。ワールドティア3以上ではより良い報酬を得られるナイトメア宝石道に行ける。ナイトメアダンジョンの悪魔の紋章のシステムと同様に紋章を使う必要がある。ウーバーマルファスにも挑戦できるようになる。ウーバーマルファス。秘術の振動。秘術の振動はヘルタイドのようなワールド全体で起こるアクティビティ。出現するエリート構造体を倒すと誤報の真珠が獲得でき、これで宝石道の報酬を強化できる。前の 緑ヘルタイドって言われてたものですね。それと似たような感じで、多分、時間ごとに場所が変わって、そこの5砲の真珠、エリート構造体倒して、5砲の真珠を得て、宝石堂に行って報酬をもらうという、そういう流れになるのかな。で、ガントレット、ランキング。シーズン開始後少し経ってから追加される。血の収穫みたいなのまたやらないとか。まあ、前ほど必須な感じには見えないんですけどね。報酬が美味しくなるから、まあ、美味しくしたいんだったらエリート倒してね、みたいな。血の収穫は個人的に結構敵多くて好きではあったから。ただ、なんだっけ、ささやきのためにやらなきゃいけない中で、村人を助けるっていうのは苦手だったんだけど、あれ自体はまあ、個人的には悪くはなかった。敵が多いから。ガントレットは、ワールドティア4で挑戦できる新しいタイプのダンジョンでレベル100のプレイヤー向け。まあそうだよね。競い合うからね、時間とかを。スコアとかを。内容固定、ルートが分岐し、プレイヤーの強さを示すことができるような作りになっている。なんか敵の配置とか、敵のモッド、敵のついてる能力値っていうか、エリートモンスターについてるものあるじゃないですか。あれなんか固定みたいな感じで言ってましたね。新しい祭壇やボスが出現する。リーダーボードは毎週アップデートされる。1週間は同じ能力、同じ種族のモンスター。そう。はい。でも配置は違うのかな。ほぼ一緒かな、でも。なんか湧く場所とかある程度は固定かな。さすがに。リーダーボードには上位1000人だけが乗ることができる。毎週上位、10人は高級的な記録に残る。まあ、永久的に残るってことだね。コスメティックなどの報酬が獲得。報酬もらえちゃうの？シーズン3のアップデート。ゲートホールっていう街が追加され、各商人や宝石堂へのアクセスが可能になる。へえ、そうなんだ。街が追加されるんだ。シーズンジャーニーにアイテムパワー925のレジェナリーが追加される。PVP などいくつかのそう、PVP は本当にもう無理だったからね。シーズンジャーニーにエンブレムが追加される。シーズン3はどのクラスでスタートして遊びますか？まあやっぱ私といえばババやっぱババですね。スタートはババ。モンスターを倒した時の経験値ボーナス。ヘルタイドのチェストからレジェンダリー以上のアイテムが得られる確率アップ。祭壇の持続時間ボーナス。5宝折りの箱から追加の調律石を得られる確率アップ。ささやきの箱からいいアイテムが得られる確率アップ。ささやき経験値うまいから、これは結構。あと、あいつのために行かなきゃいけないし、マリグナント。なんだっけ、あいつ名前。あれのためにやらなきゃいけないからね。まあ私はやっぱバーバリアンやらないとね。他のキャラが楽しそうに見えても、まずはバーバリアンやってみないと。あれささやきグリゴワールがあっちですよね。ヘルタイド。あいつへの騎士ですよね。でっかい騎士さん。あ、バーシャンありがとうございます。そうだ。バーシャン、ばあちゃんだ、ばあちゃん。ありがとうございます、トークランパーティーさん。ばあちゃんだ。そっか。ばあちゃん行くためには開けなきゃいけないから、 これは結構嬉しいかもね。新たなユニークアイテム、まずソーサラトルイドがもう公開されちゃったと。メテオが2チャージできるようになり、追加で3つのメテオを降らせる。これはもうちょっと追加してほしいけどね。クールダウン性に変わるっていうのをマナ消費しなくなってクールダウン性に変わるっていうのをちょっと追加しないとこれ誤解されちゃう。すごくこう翻訳してくださったことにはケチつけたくないけど、さすがにこれだけだとねわからない人とかも出てきそう。雷卵が成長ごとに追加で1回命中する。雷卵のクリティカルは2回でヒットしダメージも増加する。これね、そう、雷卵っていうスキルだったね。これは、すっごく楽しいと思う。雷卵ビルドは。間違いなく。ドロイドやる方はね、ぜひ試してみてください、これ。雷卵ビルド。雑魚処理能力、最強ですから。チャージが大幅に強化されダメージが増加する。そう、チャージね。チャージビルド一回やってみたいと思ってやったことあるんだけど、無理だった、これ。弱すぎて無理だった。クールダウンとかあるっていう理由もあるんですけど、弱い。本当に弱い。ダメージ伸ばせないもん、チャージ。伸ばす手段があんまないっていうか。でチャージが強化されたってことはチャージの分身アメリカンフットボールもっとできるようになるね。これやってみたいな。本当に実用的なスキルになったらアメリカンフットボールやってみたい。歩く武器庫などの重要パッシブがなどなんだ。重要パッシブ全体的に歩く武器庫が強くて他のスキルがそれに合わせるようにじゃなくて、歩く武器庫などの重要パッシブなんだ。歩く武器庫は結構ね愛用してたんですけどね、私は。あえてねコアスキル2つ入れたりして使ってたんですけど、さらにバフされるんだ。個人的には一番癖がないっていうか、コアスキルのダメージを上げる代わりに、消費の土器あれを2倍にするっていうのをよく使うじゃないですか。土器消費上がるのがちょっと苦手で、無限で土器使いたいときはよく使ったんですよね、歩く武器庫は。でそれはさらに強化されるんだね。多分あれ以外全部強化だね。土器2倍でコアスキル135倍。135倍やばい。135%。あれ以外の重要パッシブ全部強化って感じかな、このイメージ通りだったら。複数のシャウトの効果をキープしやすくなる。キープしやすくなる。ライトニングスピアがクリティカルヒットすると敵を脆弱にする。パラゴンのレジェンダリーノードがいくつかバフされて、メテオビルドがアップデート強化され、ユニークアイテムを追加される。さっきのユニークアイテムね。すごい楽しそうだったよね。メテオいっぱい降ってきて。精霊の恩恵が強化され、例えば鹿、トゲだらけの肌の渓谷の加護が大幅に強化される。狼の毒牙が強化され、新しいレジェンダリーも追加されると。メテオ祭りが起きそうね。でしかもそれがなんか強いみたいな、ね、噂されたらもうみんなメテオもうワールドボスでメテオわーって降ってきそう水ちょっと待って、水持ってきます。あと上着も持ってくる。 はい、ただいま。よいしょ。鉄のゴーレムも骨のゴーレムと同様に小さな範囲攻撃になる。味方のプレイヤーやミニオンがボーンプリズンを通過できるようになる。ボーンスピリットがアップグレードされ、化身がリデザインされる。素材やらないから、化身の効果は分かりませんが、検証で高ナットでメテオ8回落としてましたね。もう検証とかやってるんだ。すごいな。8回？そんなのあったっけ？へー、8回はすごいな。楽しそう。もうディアブロ3でもう証明してますからね。メテオいっぱい落とすのは楽しいっていうのをもう証明済みなので、あれは絶対楽しい。強いか弱いかはともかく楽しいと思う。以下の項目についてバグ修正とナーフで対処していく。ボールライトニングがダメージを与えすぎている。ローグのユニークによる追加のコンボポイントか。そう、コンボポイント。これはバグだったからね。で、ローグのツイストブレードや毒注入。まあ、みんなこればっかだったからね。ドルイドの目にも止まらぬ獣の消しのリデザイン。これが山頂ダメージっていうやつのあれか。バーバリアンのイニシエの大土、凶暴がいつでも適用されるようになる。いつでも適用される？全体的にオーバーパワーが強すぎる。強すぎた。シーズン中のパッチ予定。前シーズンで好評だったコンテンツを活かしていく。バランス調整ではシーズン開始と比較すると小さな調整を行うと。モンスターアイテムドロップ率などゲームの調整を行う。各クラスのバフ調整、バグ修正。これに関してもバグ修正バーフとナーフが書いてあるから、これもねちょっと入れてほしいね。迅速なコミュニケーションと頻繁なコミュニケーション。シーズン開始時には新しいレジェンダリーユニーク。クラスのバランス調整ではデザインのアップデートや多くのバフを行い、ナーフやバグ修正も行う。シーズン中のパッチでは以前のシーズンで好評だったコンテンツ復活。クラスのバランス調整では基本的にバフを行い、バグ調整やわずかなナーフを行う。ここにちゃんと書いてくださいましたね。QOL ね。ヘルタイド常時プレイ可能。PC 版では WASD。スキルツリーの振り直し。ゴールドのトレード UI。アイテムスケーリング上昇は、IP の引き上げってことかな。ちょっと下の IP、アイテムパワーが落ちづらくなるってことかな、これはおそらく。できるだけ上のアイテムパワーで出て、もっといい数値狙いやすくなるよっていうことなのかな。氷に包まれた獣の召喚に必要なアイテムの獲得率の上昇。いいね。Q&A もまとめてくれてるんだ。すごいありがたい。ざっくり言うと、宝石度はナイトメアダンジョンと同じような機能。ウーバーユニークの主なドロップ元は、引き続き、ウーバーデュレールだが、富下富元日本の名前みたいに富元シンカーで合ってるかな。 あ、進化だ、進化。人化ですか？人化のための強力な石はウーバーマルファスからドロップする。石か。ウーバーマルファスか。シーズン3でゾルタンクーレに出会うことはない。ないんだ。出会うことない。進化でした。家来とかそういう意味かな。ゾルタンクーレに出会うことはないんだってナイトメア宝石堂ではグリフをレベルアップできる。できるんだ、グリフ。あとグリフのレベルアップもうちょっとな、緩和してほしいよね。緩和されたのかな、私がやってない間に。試練場には何度も挑戦できる。シーズン4では大規模なアイテムの更新が予定されている。ソーシャル機能の最適化を計画している。インベントリーのスペースを節約するために将来のシーズンで化身をカタログ化するって。でも将来なんだ。Dinner time? Have a good dinner. みんな会いたかったんです。会いたかったんですね、ゾルタン。ね。私もちょっとね、4のゾルタンクーレどんな感じで来るんだろうって少しは期待したんですけど来ないんか。リーダーボードではプレイヤーのビルドを確認できるが、試練場をプレイした時のビルドではなく、確認した時点のビルドが表示される。そうなんだ。その時のビルドではないんだ。いやー、これまたワクワクが。やっぱワクワク返ってくるね、こうやってアップデート見るとね。もうシーズン2はもういいやって感じだったんですけど、もうさすがにもうやりすぎたかなって感じだったんだけど、もうこうやってね、アップデートの内容を見るとね、またワクワクしてきますね。ワクワク。どんなぶっ壊れが現れるかが楽しみ私はどんな誰がどのスキルを使ってそれをどうやって避けていくか考えないとなみんなが使わないスキルを使っていかないと。シーズン2で追加されたヴァンパイアのスキルもシーズン3でも有効なんでしょうか。多分ないですね。あれは少なくとも最初はないですね。後から前のシーズンの要素を取り入れるっていうそのアップデートで何か来るかもしれませんけど、あれは有効ではないですね。あれなくなって、その代わりにその進化っていうロボがね、追加されるので。でもヴァンパイアのスキル楽しかったですよね、あれは。あれ本当に楽しかった。早くパッチノート見たいね。多分日本語のパッチノートはかなり遅いかもしれませんけど。英語が来たらそれ Google 翻訳使ってみてみよう。みんな使ってた変容は形変わって戻ってきそう。そうですね。てか、あれなくなっちゃうと、あれ、もう結構大変じゃないですか。抑圧負荷。あれ、頼りきりだったからな、シーズン2は。どういたしまして、ワイさん。そうだな、変容とか、あとなんだろう。個人的に好きだったのなんかあった気がするけど。攻撃速度上がるの良かったですよね。移動速度上がることで攻撃速度上がるっていう、あれ、すごく良かったよね。月 出じゃなくて、移動速度上がることで上がる。あれ月の出でしたっけ？月の出って基本スキルの攻撃速度アップじゃなかったっけ？ごめんなさい、ちょっと名前まで覚えてないんですけど。月の出だったかな？月の出。あ、貪欲か。あ、そうだ、貪欲だ。貪欲がすっごい良かった。個人的には。やっぱ攻撃速度速いは楽しいですからね、どのゲームでも。どのゲームにおいても楽しくなるので、攻撃速度上がるのは快適になるし。あれはすごく良かった。ああいうのなくなると思うとちょっとどうやっていくかちょっと心配だな。悩むね。4日2日のためにまたババであれアイアンスキン使わないとな。私吠えませんから、私のババは。みんな吠えてるから私は吠えないの。吠えないババなので。アイアンスキンしかないんだよね。フォローしてたつもりがまたでした。あ、いえいえいえ、もうフォローありがとうございます。いつでも、どの時でもありがとうございます。フォローは。来週か。来週。正確には木曜日の2時でしたっけ？ディアブロ 4。多分24の2時だよね。だ日本のその時間表示的になんか分かりやすく言うと23日の、26時になるのかな。3時 ?2 時じゃなくて、本当だ、3時だ。いやー、18時ぐらいに寝て起きます。2時ぐらいに。この時間まで起きてると最近もう11時0時ぐらいに寝てるので、すごく眠くなると思うから早めに寝て起きてやりたい。マルファスが楽しいボスになるかどうか。シーズン2は2時間ほどエターナルで遊ばされてから今回はないことになります。あったね。サーバーちょっとあれでしたよね。なんだっけ、サーバーなんか繋がらないみたいな感じでしたっけ。今回はね、私もねやるぞって言って入ったらできなくて結構待ってましたからね。 一通り見たし、わしはまた、今日はポエをやろっか。ディアブロ4やる前に早くポエをね、いろいろやっておかないと。ボスやりたいし。ポエはキャパオーバーで挫折しました。ポエ難しいですもんね。ほんとピナクルボス挑んでみたいけどね。ちょっとこれも。へい。まずはね、原生林ちょっと行ってきます。原生林のクエストクリアしてアフリクションポイント取ってチャーム追加してそういう流れでやっていきます。サーファーです。クラスサーファー。ヒューフーコスメティックですこれイエーイイエーイ。あ、これおじいちゃんの場所じゃないんだ。名もなき生物はどういうやつらだっけ。動物系だっけ。あれこれどっちだどっちだー。あ、終わった。あ、そこに結構おったのか、報酬が。 せっかくティア低いところで来てくれたのにいいじゃん。これもうそろやろっかな。最近大好きになったブライト。伸びるのそこ？あ、でもここでこれどっちも届くかね。冷却タワー余裕ですね。終わり。あーティア1のマップ 1？ せめてこのマップのティアと同じティアくれてほしいわ。これ持ってるんだ。お、オイル抽出機初めて出た。13のマジックいってきます。取りつかれてる。優しいのでお願いします。利権整理入りますと。あー、名もなき生物こいつらだ。獣とかだ。これを500体倒さなきゃいけないのか。あとブラッドレイジをちょっと使わないようにしてみようかなと思います。ブラッドレイジのせいで回復がね遅くなってるのもあると思うので、レイジなしでやってみる。 こいつらも名もなき生物だ。はかどるね。そろそろ終わりかな。青がほぼ3000。大丈夫かな。敵すごい強そう。じゃん。勝ったーい。硬すぎ笑った。ジーナありがとうね。かけらもありがとうね。硬いね君たち。硬いな。ボスだ。このマップのボスや。あはは。硬いけどね、プライマルで強化されてるので、きっと美味しいのをくれる。神のオーブとか。しかもこのマップあれじゃん。第6章のボスじゃん。あのボス苦手なんだよね。おう、おいしいね。ザコモンさえ人通り倒したらプライトやってハーベストやろうな。 シールドアイテムレベルいくつ ?82。わお、元素耐性だけはすごい。お願いします。どっちに伸びる？一方向。長いね。長いね、これはなかなか。まずここに置いて、ここにも置いてみよう。New Groot!え、そこで湧くんだ。ここにも一つ置いてメテを作っておこう。やばいやばいやばい、撃たれる撃たれる。終わったな。痛い。キングアミュレット、それはウォーウォーウォーウォーウォー。これ持っております。おお、乳白色。ああ、え、いっぱい？乳白色は激アツだよ。ブライトマップでさえも落ちなかったからね。アトラスも埋めないとね。ユニークマップ含んだ状態。確認しないとダメ。おー、ほー、コラプトがない。スタンを受けることがない。盲目付与、クリティカル、ライフ上昇、多数のトーテム。トーテムは多分なくなる可能性高いんじゃないかな。これやってみるか。あの糸はできないけど。 ティア16だし。これ防御しづらそうだな。すごくしづらそうだな。はい、冷却もこうほぼっていうかないですね。これならやりやすい。変なとこに伸びるのはやめてね。まず最初は貯めないといけないから。うわー、すごい打ってくる。食らったら痛そう。あ、これあれだわ。あれ持ってる。火の向こう持ってる。そっから来るのやばいって。これ下手に食らうと死ぬんだってば。ちょっと待って、ちょっと待って、そこ少し待ちたまえ。いったちょっと待ってって。ボスが強い。やばいやばい、いや待って、やばいやばいやばい、殺される。あ、やべえ、フリーパスされた。いや、これ無理だって。いやー、これきっつ。あ、ライトニングコイル。わー、これきっつい。クリティカル持ってるのやばいな。痛いな。かー、ダメだったね。うん。完全ダメだったね。 ベリリウムか。 これずっとミュートだった。ちょっと飲み物持ってきます。はい、こんにちは、ジャミさん。久々にレッドな牛を飲みます。前書いてなかったか。まあ独り言上手やからね、私。ははは。なんで一人でニヤニヤしてるのかと思った。ねえ、もぐもぐもぐ、口もぐもぐ動かしながらね。はい、ライフ、街の番人変えたので、それで結構下がりました。これに変えました。名前なんだっけ、これ。原生林の、原生林。狩人に変えたので。なので、手袋がね、空である必要はないんですけど、何を入れようかなって。まあ、そうですね。多分トキシクレインとかはずっとチンキ使うから、まあ、あっちは町の番人だと思うんですけど、私の場合はそのチンキの代わりに探検があるから代用が効くんですよね。どうしよっかな。プレシジョンのここに入れて、カースとかゴーレムでも入れとけば。そっか、ゴーレムか。ゴーレムいいですね。ライフまだがないけど。品質がないのか、そういえば。カオスゴーレム。カオスゴーレムでライフドアップで召喚しよう。カースだとマレボレ。マレボレか。マレボレンスはありますけど、12レベル。インスピレーション、そこに入ってるのか。これをさ、ここに入れてさ、マレボレンス入れるとね、使えないんですよね。 ヘラルド・オブ・サンダーを切ると使えるか。これライフを使う理由はペトリファイトブラッドの影響？ああ、ヘラルド・キロドカーは微妙。まあちょっとね微妙かもですよね。時間制だし。まあそうですね。めんどいしな本当に。これで1音符なんかな。あ、てか使えるんだ。これでカオスゴーレム。このマナで使えるんだ。はあ、やったね。これでいこう。これでダメージ軽減率 73%。 これで物理もかなり硬くなります。物理にもかなり耐えられるようになる。イモータルコールが 36？ ライフタップなしだとああ40も使うの。そんな使うのか。これですか。こうしてこうライフタップないとイモータルコールが使えないんですよね。あ、てかこれだとゴーレム自分で使えないや。だライフタップ入れないとどっちも使えない今現在は。マナが足りないんですよね。これを早くねエルリッチバッテリーとかに置き換えて使いたいんだけど、花崗岩切ると多分死ぬ。わし死ぬ。わし多分死ぬ。ここにライフタップ？ライフ一気に減るけど大丈夫かな。まああれでしないやろ。手動ゴーレムならミニオンライフのリンクないと速攻消えるかも。まあそうですよね。手動だったらねそうしますけど、今度はシールドが余っちゃうね。ははは。何使おうかな。何を使おうかな。困ったな。左クリックの代わりになんか入れたりしたら良さそうだけどね。なんか手軽なね、手軽なものとか。スチールスキン。でもこれスティールスキン回ってる間イモータルコール発動できないんじゃないですか。いや大丈夫かな。やっぱかぶりますか。一回使ってみよう。ダメだ。かぶるわ。 あとはイザードでストーンゴーレムを、保護ゴーレムに変えてもらうとか、それあります。それね、なんと2つ持ってます。カオスよりこっちの方がいいんですか？私物理軽減率 5% が結構いいかなと思ったんだけど。あ、じゃあライフタップじゃない。あ、色が1万の 5% より1000受け持ってくれた方がいいんで。いや、1万の 5% っていうより、私がもともと持ってる、パーセンテージが、ちょっと使ってみて。68% じゃないですか。だから、32% だから、でもこのゲームな、計算複雑だよね。なんかでっかいダメージとかになるとまた、なんか違ってくるとか、まあそういうのありますよね。32% が、私が受ける 100% のダメージだとすると、まあ、そっから 10% だと、物理 100% LA 受け目指して、アーマーなくても、よくした方が勝つかな。だそれやりたいんですよ。やりたいんですけど、ないのアイテムが。それすごい私もやりたいんですよ。やりたいんだけどね、アイテムがないの。何がいいかな。いや、ちょっと色を変えるの嫌だから、とりあえず、カオスにします。保護も良さそうな気が。ライフが低いんだよね、こいつね。どうなんだろう。本当にその単純にね、パーセンテージの計算で見ると、68% カットして、でも、こっちだと毒性とかも全部、持ってくれるのか。そういうメリットあるけど、物理だけで見ると、32% が、100% だとすると、そこから 5% 削ってくれるっていうことは、ざっくり言って6分の1ぐらいじゃないですか。本当にざっくり言って、30% と仮定してね。だから、6分の1だから、10、いくつだ10、あれ待って。なんかおかしいな。17ぐらいか、17。物理だけで限定すると、17% ぐらい。いや、だって、はっきりこう、分けれない。あれ、分けれなくない？30分の6、10分の2。 頭が止まった頭が止まった頭止まったわ。あ、16か。ああ、一番得意だと数学もできなくなってる一応物理だけ見ると、保護よりはいいんですけど、こっちの場合、でもこれ近接限定なのか。32分の27。0.84375。約16ぐらい。15.625か。そう、これ近接限定なのか。遠距離は保護してくれないんだ。カオスにします。条件があるのを初めて見たかも。私のアイデンティティがマナの自動回復ができない。待って、マナリーチないよ。方法がないわけではないんですけどね。ジュエルで、あれ、マナリーチ全部捨てたっけ？あれ、どうだっけ？マナリーチ捨てたっけ？あれあったありました、一つ。マナとしてここにもあるし、ここにもあるね。ジュエルを一時的にこれに変えて、これ汚れた血が付与されることがないっていうのと、継続ダメージ倍率目当てで使ってたんですけど、まあ汚れた血ぐらい1回ぐらいはね、パンテオンで防げるし、これでねいけます。いけると思います。行ってきます。ラビリンスの試練完了しろって言われてる。ちょ待って、ちょ待って、あれリーチちょっと待って。 物理か。待って待って待って待って。いやいや、マナがね、マナがなくなっちゃうんですよ。これ抜けばゼロ。しゃあないな。エルドリッジバッテリーエルドリッジバッテリーのポーションのフラスク持ってるんですけどね。私も早くあれ使いたいんですよ。使いたいんですけど、あれ使うとなるとまあ、こっちでねエナジーシールド少し獲得して、マインドオーバーマター取ってフラスクを使おうってなるとね、マインドオーバーマターが結構相性良くて、でそうなるとポイントをいろいろ削らないといけないんだよね。まずスペルダメージ抑制確率が結構足りない。削りたくてもこういうの。これ13じゃん。13プラス24、15、39。52% どこで持ってくるかって話になるよね。頭の 13% は持ってるんですけどね。はい、おやすみなさい。スコティトゥさん。抑制とかラッキーでごまかしてしまう。抑制マスタリーのあれ幸運になるってあれですか？いや、あれなんかマジ？私がフォローしてる人のあれ見てみるか。抑制確率。あの人ね、抑制取ってないのよ。さっきの抑制確率だけがあるパッシブあったじゃないですか。あれ取ってなかったので、あれ取らずにどうやって 100% いってるのかなって気にはなってたんですよね。この人のちょっとスキルツリーをポブに入れて見てみるか。80% あれば期待値 96%。 あれたまに一発食らっていたってなりそうありません？そう、本当に稀にでっかいダメージ一発ポンって食らって死ぬってことないかな。 4% リップ狙ってやだそんな運ゲーやだギャンブル配信よりギャンブしてるじゃん。嫌です。ここのボス誰だ？ えば私がこのビルドね、フォローしているクイーンさん、この、パスファインダーが死んで違うキャラ、ジャガノートでまたやってるんですけど、また変なビルド作ってね、ウーバーボスとね、殴り合ってるの見て、驚愕した。あれって避けるもんじゃないんだって。ウーバー灼熱の大砲車だっけ、あいつの玉転がしをもうダメージ受けながらやってた。びっくりしたわあれは。いやただのハックスラ芸人だと思ってたんですけど、クイーンさんすごいビルド作るんだね。ちょっと前にイータ倒してたね。そうですね、一番最初ぐらいに挑んだのかな、イータ、ウーバーイータ。やばいよあれ。どうやってあんなビルドがポンポンって出てくるのかほんと不思議。あ、このマップ昔やったことある気がします。まあ、クイーンさんは元ディアブロ3のトッププレイヤーだったらしいからね、昔。すごい人ではあるんだけど、なんかもう言動がね、ちょっと芸人ねっぽいところもあったからね、もう面白くて上手い人かなと思ったけど、めっちゃ上手い人だった。本当に面白くてめっちゃ上手い人だった。やっと解放じゃ。いや本当にああいう人たちを欲しいアイテムどこでどうやって掘ってるんだろうな。放送がつかんよ。滝の谷。コントローブいくつある？ 23。これコラプトにしてね、そのままの確率すごい低いからな。お、これいけそう。 これもいけそうかな。ライフ上がるか。強いだろうな。いける。足ならいける。では行ってくるぞ。特にあいつらダメージが上がってるわけではないからね。フレンチチャージ今ちょっとブラッドレイジ使わないようにしてるので盗まれることもないし、硬くなるだけ。大丈夫大丈夫。硬くない？ピナクルボスで今できそうなのが、ちょっと頑張ればできそうなのが世界を食らうものかな。エルダーとかはあれかけらとかやらないといけないんじゃなかったっけ。なんか無敵になってるのこいつら。いつになったら物理 100% 変換できるんだろう。痛い。おおその盾はでも属性に対してはそこそこ硬いはずなので、今までやってきたキャラたちに比べてはね、灼熱とかああいうやつらも少し耐えながらできるんじゃないかなと思ったり 弾コロコロ、まあ、2回ぐらい耐えられたら割といけそうな気がする。一発食らって 60%、70% じゃなくて 40% か 50% ぐらい削られたらポーションでねごまかせるから、ある程度は。でそれプラストーテムを置いて防ぐとかね。ズンズンで学んだ、ズンダモで学んだあれトーテム術。どうですか？ここに憎しみの味が入ってる可能性ないです。ないんですよ。まあまずこのオブかな。で結合凶暴化する。ドロップの量が多くなり質も良くなる。敵は混沌継続ダメージを凶暴化してねえ、早く凶暴化して。ドロップの量が多くなって質も良くなるって凶暴化してねえ。凶暴出たー。シンセシスマップ、これ高いマップでね昨日聞いたから。でも私はちょっといけない。あれランダムモッドついてるからね。そろそろレベル追いつく？早くないですか？ちょっとやめてよもう。ちょっと勘弁してくださいよ。第一これマジックにしていこうか。 は。ブリーチ全開で狂ったようにマップ回してますあー、ブリーチでやってるんだ。ブリーチ美味しいですか？ああ、14分。灼熱。おおおお、ドロックスの砦が出現する。これドロックスが出るのかなこれ。ジーンを買っておこう。ドロックスThe Warlord。 あいつか。なんか十字路になっているところで出てくるボスか。買っておくか。ドロックスは誰の誰に行くためのボスだ？あれボスっていうかエリートだ。これかな多分このかけらかな。岩礁。現世に行ってくる。ちょっと数がこれ14だから倒せるんちゃう？芽吹き。何これ。あー、動き続かないとあれなんだ、固まるんだ。闇が来た目命じる。若元、あ、こいつはなんかやばいパターンあるかな。なんだお前。 イナゴの災害に苦しむかい。やだね。また逃げるの？あれティア14でも違う？あれ違うところなのかなこれ。要塞が別あるのかな。ティア16じゃないとダメだか。過去8秒間にプレイヤーがクリティカルストライクを与えていれば命中力増加。欲しいのがない。敵やばそうじゃないこれ。ボスが特にやばそうじゃない？私生き残れるかこれ。Immortal Syndicate.
Leave some for me this time, you big bloody bastard.
He expected our interference.
いやー、ここハーベスト怖いな。なんだこいつ。ただの道具か。綺麗になってますね。リオか？これ妨害豚だよね。リオは妨害。いや、アルティメイタムスカラベ。待って。
I just can't bring myself to care. It's death.
Death
is what separates the wolves from the. You should have given them the ring.
Thanks to
う エルブリッジバッテリーを使っていきたいのであれば、手袋とか足で少しエナジーシールド稼いだ方がいいのかな。頭とか回避プラスあれにしたらいいかな。回避プラスエナジーシールド。危ないかな。要塞ってことは誰だ。ヤーネス。ヤーネス。嫌ですか。痛いの。ほう。要塞だよね。嫌です。嫌です。嫌です。嫌です。ヤーネス要塞は、カレンシシャードかけらとリンはレアマップ。
Death is not the I really do hate the idea.
まあ何ヶ月
failure. Not even the red blader is.
I'll keep my end of the deal. Just hello. さあ、冷却無効が1個ありますやばいかもです。そこ？そこ？スタンがいい仕事してくれてるね。
れ終わりかな。イエーイ、よー、うおほほー、ははー、おいしい。これ原ゼリーのおかげだね、こんだけ落ちたのは。うわー、ただのドロップだけでもこんな美味しいんだ。すべてのスキルのジェムのせいかな、色ついてるの。で、エナジーシールドついてるのそろそろ拾わないと。回避とエナジーシールド。いいね、化石。マップくれてもいいじゃん。そっか、足が 7% か。筋力12、移動スピード15、ライフなし、耐性なし。おー、紙のオーブ、久しぶり。紙オーブ、これは強強だね。エンデュランスチャージの最低数プラス、そんなのつくんだ。なにこれでいいじゃん。プレフィックス余ってる。いける？でも霊気しか上がらないんですけど。アタックスキルの現像ダメージ37。おー。あー、これあれか。ベイルか。ベイルアイテム。テンポラルタワーはスタンに対する完全テスト。おお。これ見ないとな。何が塗られてるか見ないとね。でも外れな気が。これ外れですね。抽出するまではないんじゃないかな。これ名前か、オイルの名前か。このインディゴ何色なんだろうこれ。何色？ランこれとこれ精力が入ってるので ちょっと外れかな。藍色、なるほど。ありがとうございます。あ、はい、藍色ね。藍色。じゃあこれいらない。そういえばまだ雨にオイル塗り塗りしてない。いやー、まだですか？まだですか？私はもう塗ってるんですけど。もうなんかしょぼいのでマウント取っていく。まだ強くなってしまうっていうのかさ。強くなっちゃいますね。通れないよ。
You know, I know a thing or two that might. I expect you will come at us with a new strategy next time, Vegas.
もうそろそろベイガンね、そろそろベイガンしてもいいんじゃない？ベイガンね。あ、でもこれ、はあ、出た、やっと出た。回避されることがない。やっと出たわ。長かった。はい、ありがとうございます。まあここにつけてもええけどね、ダメージは下がるけど。そうなるとひねくらの視界を変えることもまあできるかな。これ変えられるし、あと他にも命中力ついてるものをそんなにこだわらなくても済むので結構楽にはなるかな。おめでとう。イベントはあれは元だからなかなかクラフトも取ってってくれないからね。えこんだけやって初めてです。結構シンジケートいろいろ集めてるんですけど、よかった。こいつ何も強化されてないわ。こいつ強化されてるとめんどいからね。原生林のウィスプで強化されてるとちょっと嫌なボスだからね。嬉しい。次はティア15。いやー、待って、命中力がね、今、多分あんまり取ってないと思うの。まあ、だいぶ外したんですよね。削って。まあ、すごい下がるんですけど。どうしましょうか。これ。 かユニークで全体差があるの優秀なのあるじゃないですか。名前がDefiance of Destiny っていう。あれ結構人たちがね使ってるから欲しいんですけど出ないんだよね。多分ここに名前あるかな。運命のなんちゃらって意味な気がする。日本語だとデスティニーって書いてあるから。運命の犯行だ。これすごいみんな装備してるんだよね。なんかいいのあるかな。ブラッドグリップ。ブライトウェル。悩むね。ああ、そうだ。私がフォローしてる人のビルドはあれがね、抑制確率どれくらいなのか見てみよう。100% いってるんだ。ああ、これは取ってるんだね。ここは取ってるんだね。 ぜ。じゃあ私と違って何を取ってないのかを見てみようか。あ、これ取ってないんだ。あとこれもね。これも取ってない。これも取ってない。そっか、いろいろ削ってるのか。樹印違う、これだ。これ取ってる。なるほどね。少し参考になるわ。でもヘルスプールなんかすごい低い。待って。ヘルスプール6万しかないね。とりあえずはこれを外して何かに変えたいね。できれば体勢もりもりであれば嬉しいです。これとかで、マナコストこっちにつけられるから指輪がもうちょっと選びやすくなる。まずライフ高いの。一番高いのが89なんだ。じゃあ80ぐらいついて体勢もりもりもりもり体勢。もりった。あと継続ダメージの倍率がいいんだっけ。ないね。継続ダメージの倍率はもうないね。これにして頭まだか。頭がこれかな。お願いします。 それいいんだけど、マナリザーブか、マナリザーブがついてくれないともうもうこれを使わざるを得ない。これとあとリザーブついてるジュエル、これも優秀なんだよな。リザーブもついてるし阻害も受けないし。でも確かリザーブついてはあおお、悪くない。じゃあこれにしよう。こうしてでこれでいけるはず。まずソケット2つ、青ソケット2つ、3ええあれ、軽減率 7% なかったっけ？これだ。でもこっちの方がいいかな。ここに確かオーラスキルをライフリザーブにするっていうのがあるから、あれが名前がなんだっけな。ライフタップは違うもんね。確かオーラで傲慢だ。そうだそうだ、傲慢。ないですね。でちょびっとだけリザーブしてライフ上がったじゃん。耐性火が死んだじゃん。でこれ元素耐性上げるんですよ。耐性、さらに死んだわ。軽減率も死んだわ。 ベストで耐性をね、何を少し移そうかな。ベルトの冷気耐性を火に変えるとか。ちょっと待って、非耐性に変えるのこれ紫色のまあらまあまあまあわあ、これすんごいつけたい。トラがいるよね。ちっちゃいトラがうちにいるんですよ。エナジーシールド追加とかがあればつけてもいいんだけど、そもそもエナジーシールドがないからダメか。あ、これ何つけようかな。無難なのはアーマープラス回避かな。少しでも軽減率上げないと。でスキルがね、黒、オレンジ、赤、黒、オレンジ、赤、黒、オレンジ、赤、黒、オレンジ、赤、黒、オレンジ、赤、黒、オレンジ、赤。これでも 100% 維持できます。すごいポイントは余るようになったな。ライフ盛るよ。あとクラスタージュエルそろそろ使いたいんだけどね。なんか メージ上がるのがまずない。元素ダメージ。元素もあれしかない。これアイテムレベル低いのでも問題ないのかな。とりあえず低いの同士打ってみます。クラスタージュエルはアイテムレベル依存かなり高い。え、そうなんだ。はえ第5ミリだったんだけどあれゴミ特定のパッシブスキルはアイテムレベル68以上からしか出ないのあるからクラフトオブエグザイル確認した方がいい。はあ、そうなんだ。これレベル低すぎるからダメか、もしかして。で77入ってるし。低すぎるのはじゃあもう置いて。クラフトオブエグザイル。基本的にアイテムレベル50以下はタイヤのパッシブスキルじゃないんで、その点時点でゴミゴミ言われてますよ、ゴミ。クラフトオブエグザイルってたまに固まるんだよね。カオスダメージだと何が出るんだ？へえ、カオスダメージが 30% 増加とかもあるんだ。スキル持続時間上がってカオスダメージ。うわー、それ欲しい。68いったね。そうですね。猫ニキさんがおっしゃった通り、68ですね。スキルは75も一応あるみたいですね。0.2。大変すぎない？これ75で欲しいのをゲットって。アンスピーカブルギフトはほとんど出ます。0.2 だからな。この前回してたのはでも元素ダメージ、元素もありなんじゃない？元素イコールダメージアップだから一応ありっちゃありかな。ただパッシブスキルが11個ちょっと多いかな。 ラージ、元素、エレメンタル。違ってたらすみません。レアのクラスタージュエルここで、7の1つもらいます。あれ、ノーマル5つでも出るんじゃないですか？なんかミスってたのかなとりあえずこの辺はまあゴミ60以下はまずゴミということで。おはようございます、岩井さん。今クラスタージュエルをちょっと使いたいなと思ってるんですけど、なかなか難しいっていうか。じゃあ今度はレアにしてみるか。ものは試しなので。こっちだっていけるんだね。パッシブ8つ。でもやっぱ8じゃないとちょっと微妙か。8パッシブスキル8がやっぱいいんじゃないかなと思ってます。今日も始まりましたクラスタジュエル破産配信。つくのが闘争心か。 闘争心か。あ、ポイント。これ絶対後ろ行くよね。一つある、一つしかないと。あ、もう絶対後ろ行くよね。いやもうダブルパッションまでは望まないから。わあ、びっくりしたー。編成改変増強、ありがとうございます TY さん。ほんとびっくりした。武勇、もうね、ここに来るのはね、もうコストかかりすぎるから、せめて一つだけでも取りたいのよ。能力値か。武勇が食ってきたんだね。あ、もうこれ使おうかな。ライフプラスマナのリーチと、いや別に命中はね、武器に回避されないつけるんで、これから命中はいらないんですよ。でクラストジュエル、中でフラスコ、へえ、呪い、マナか。ダメージいいね、ダメージ増加は。ただできれば耐性も取りたいかな。お、これじゃない？エナジーシールド。エナジーシールド？はあ。ちょっと入れてみようか。待って、これパッシブスキル見ないといけないよね、これも。4つが最低なんこれ数多いじゃん。 6つはちょっとね、ちょっと数がな。いや、でもフラスコ。まあ、使って、後で、ちょっと見直すときに、ね。その時にね。ポイントもったいないのはわかるんですけど。もうないからね、ベースが。あとカレンシもあんまないから。ここで2つ引いておきたい。できれば。うっ。ミディアムの6は一番外れ。いやでもフラスコがね、フラスコ以外である？継続ダメージ？継続ぐらいしかないか。あとは外れなのはわかるけど、わあ、なんで6なのこれ。5だったらよかったのに。継続の4があるから、じゃあこれじゃやってみるか。2つつかないな、この時点で。あれ、もしかしてつかない？この時点でつかない可能性が。いや、つきますよね。ダブルで。例えばフラスコだとしたら、つかないの？マジ？じゃあ継続ダメージは？わー、これスキルダブルつかないんだ。はちょっとミディアムのパッシブは P にしかつかないから、レアじゃないと一発で2個。マジか。クリティカルストライクによる継続ダメージの倍率。クリティカルストライクにより起きたとみなされないがついてるからダメ。これいいんじゃない？すべての元素、これ結構いいじゃん。これにしよう、これ。 いいじゃん。悪くないじゃん。非耐性死んでるじゃん。で混沌耐性大オーバーしてるので、混沌指輪変えたいね。指輪ちょうだい。これかな。あるいはエンデュランスチャージの最低値上がるのもかなり魅力的なんですよね。ただ霊気耐性モリモリすぎて今は使えない。あまりにもモリモリすぎて今はちょっとね困ります。これかな。あは、筋力が足りない。筋トレサボった？私みたいにサボりましたねえ。混沌耐性 23% もオーバーしてるよな。盛りすぎなんだよな。これいやー、体勢揃いづらいな、これにすると。体勢はギリギリ間に合ってますね。ああ、チャージの最低値つけられるんだ、自分で。これを使うのであれば混沌ダメージ増加かな。わあ、なんでこんな筋力が足りないのか。これだと耐性が足りない。雷耐性がオーバーしすぎなのよ。これハーベストナイフボス変換とかできん？ マナー消費は11。減るなー。マナ使うなこれ。回避されないはどこだ。は？待って、エグザルト3つ？は値段見てなかったそんな使うの？いや、1だったら結構潔く使おうかなと思ったけど 3？ 嘘だろう。私は貧乏になりました。はい、終わりました。あとやばいです。ブライトが8ってカレンシー稼いでくるか。ほほほ。あー、やっちゃったよ。使っちゃったよ。これ余ってるサフィックスエグザルト使ってギャンブルいいのついてくれますようにって祈りながらギャンブル。ある程度コントロールする？できるんですかコントロール？そんなのできるの？愛残り1モットです。これまあ火ダメージがちょっとね、もうちょっと欲しいけど、さすがにこれ超えるものは。てかやばくない？ちょっと待って、000 ちゃお祈りやね。マジかエグザルトがなあと5つぐらいあったらもうやってみてもいいかなと思うけど、マジかお祈りか。ビーストモッドくらい、あれは自分でつけられるのつけたいのつけられるんですか？ちょっと待って、ポータル邪魔。変なとこに入ったな。各ビーストボスボスマジブランチングしちゃう？New Groots.
Branching exile. The light is trying to spread.
あれなんか、なにそいつら。なんだここ。漏れ漏れじゃないですか。そこはあらゆるところから攻めてくるな。ヒタワーに対して耐性を持ってるやつはいないからね。ダメージはちゃんと通るはずなんだけど。 余裕ですね。私も少し装置にもある。終了。皆と共にあるもの。皆の衆。いや、ほんとお祈りエグザルトやってみようかな。お祈り貴族のオーブやってみるか。毒は比較的出やすいと思うから、毒ダメージと毒確率あれが出ると結構当たり。いや、あれが一番欲しい。なんならサフィックスの中では。他は何があるんだろう。ビーストモッドも一回見てみる。念のため。痛い。昨日と同じとこ噛まないで痛いよ。シェイパーアイテムもっと追加。これアスペクトこれかな。多分これですよね。でもこれが何なのか教えてくれないんだ。やっちゃダメ死ぬビーストモッドでアスペクトとキャットつけろとマリネコ様からお告げカットインがまあ持ってないんですけどね。まずボスこの始祖っていうやつ、多分こっから入るのかな。ポータル開いて入って、あ、他のモッドが変わる。あ、他のモッド変わるんだ。追加じゃないんだ。お祈り、貴族のオーブやっていますもうこれそれしかないよね。もうね、他に方法ないですよね。なんか一つ追加する、そういうのは。はい、武器これサフィックスもう一個やばいのついてくれたら固定して回すっていう手もあるんですけど、なんでもいいんじゃね。 追加する手段って、貴族のオーブ、エグザルテッドとハーベストもあるのかな。他にありますか？1個追加っていうの。これ鳥の族だからな。あるけど無理ちなみに何なのか聞いてもいいですか？どういう方法なのか。まあ難しかったらなんか複雑なものだったら大丈夫ですけど。ビーストスキル。さっきおっしゃってたビーストスキルか。やりますか、お祈り。ガチャ、単発ガチャ。これちょっとあれしよっか。せっかくだから予想をやるか。雷もと消す手もある。貴族じゃなくて後期だった。ずっと貴族って言ってたけど。ここまで頑張らんでもええかと。まあエグザルト1個使いましょうか。使えそうなものがね、私にとって、まあ、役に立つものが出るか出ないか、ちょっと私の主観が入るんですけどね。よかったら参加してください。出ないが 100%。でも欲しいのって何があるんだろう。それ見てみよう。あれ100だがサフィックスですよね。カオスダメージ、継続カオスダメージと継続ダメージの倍率、あと毒あれ毒がない。これだ毒。 この3つぐらいかな。なんと 7% です。毒結構高い。あと他はないよね。ない。他はない。ボス戦までボス戦いやいや、まあまあまあ、もうちょっとこれ以上のもの作れそうにないので、しばらくは。ディアブロ4もあってでもね、そんな時間ないし、ここでバシッとビシッと決めちゃおうかなと思います。あら、じゃあパーセンテージ的には何パーセントだ。約 10% です。約 10%。低いよ。まず目をつむってどうですか？チャットだけチラッと。よし。出ませんでした。いやはは。毒確率ぴったり100。あと、あれみたい。抑制確率が今100だ。100の6。出ただろ、勇気が。頑張らなきゃいけないっていうその勇気。抑制確率はね、あと待って、マップ一回変えて。101% です。 ハイスト8574。久しぶりにハイスト行ってきます。おー、かなり溜まってるね、情報は。ちょいと稼ぐか。
Seems straightforward enough. People ask me why I change my age. You're gonna regret this. Yes, I had just the thing. Any last words? Ooh, solidly built. Open up to me. It's okay. Be vulnerable. Say goodbye. Experience wins. Dead or alive? Get the point. Incoming. Pick on someone your own age.
あと筋力とかがついたら割と助かったんだけどね。アイテム選びがしやすくなるから。
Hold on to your butts.
命中力か、よりによって命中力か。
He's a beaut.
回避されることがないつけたのにね。
When even I think too loud. That's a problem. Tougher than I look, eh? You're gonna regret this. You'll soon get it. Thought you could get away. Stay out of it. I can stop. Tougher than I look, eh? You're mine.
お、ダブルキンのブローチ。
Stop right there. Don't hate it. Fun, fun. Phew, that gets the old heart. This needs a big one. Needs a beaut.
中か。あれ後で拾うね。
Can't celebrate yet. Can't believe it. Then move. You're insane. You knew that, right? Out of the way. Hold back strong. Out of the way.
前本気か？本気だよ。ウィンで一斉に執着しすぎだぞ。
ビンデ
リー、命がけで逃げてる場合じゃないだろう。じゃと？なんじゃと？子供には決して言えることではないが、神よ、わしは犯罪が大好き。いい犯罪をするのが大好きなんじゃ。ほんとぶっちゃけてる人だわ。あのように財宝は持っていけないさ。ちょっと待ってね、電話来たわ。はい、ただいま。なんかフレームがすごい落ちるな。やっぱ CPU の問題もあるかな。グラボ的にはもう4080だからね。いくらデュアルとはいえど、ここまで落ちる気はしないんだけど。ねえ。CPU は9900です。かなりね、前のもの。今の i5 相当かな。多分ボトルネック絶対してます。絶対してはいるんですけど、してはいます。ちょっとね。CPU 買うとなるとまたちょっといろいろね買い替えなきゃいけないので。
Nah, you're just drunk, mate. Watch, it'll be empty.
Get them!
CPU を買うとマザーボードも買えなきゃいけないから、マザーボードを気にせずにね CPU だけ買ってもいいんだったら買えるかもですけどね。 CPU って難しいわ。痛い、なんか痛い。出血から出たのか。開けられそうだよ。うまいよ。アラート増えなかった。ラッキー。今だからね、開通済みです。今のいいところ出たわね。貴重なのに1300しかないの？結構持っていくな。持っていくなっていうかあんまくれないね。反射ついてる。幻想じゃない、耐性最大値を下げないでくださります？耐性下げるなって。ライフ回復レート死ぬ。これいけるかな。ユニーク占いカード、タリスマン、ブリーチ。じゃあ欲しいのだけ取ってリージョン、フライト、 タリスマンもあんまり数が少ないですねこれ。これでいいかな。ローグマーカーもあんまないし。
Could smell him from upstairs. Ah, yes. What you're smelling is actually a new powder blend I'm
では
trialing.
行ってくる。
Can't see why I'd want to do that here. Got a new word for you,
You're dead.
次やるときはポイやるとき次のリーグソフトコアでハードコアみたいにやってできるだけね死なないようにアイテム組むとかね、ソフトコア向けっていうよりハードコア向けって感じで組んでボスに挑んでみようか。いろんなボスにウーバーボスでもいいし。ハードコアまあねずっとやりたいんだけど実際楽しいしやりたいんですけど、ボスとかに関しては本当にもう経験してみない経験してみないとねわからないの多いから。デスカウントコマンドで確か出るないんですかそれ。デスカウントコマンドって破片が出るんだ。あーリップの数ナイトボットですか。そういう連携とかができるのだ。てか私これリップ出してないじゃんあ、ポエのコンソールコマンド何それ。私は詳しくないそれは。英語で検索したら出るかな。そういうことか。このコマンドってチャット欄だったんですね。このグランドアイスの今このマップね、この区画終わったら検索してみよう。レマイン的なスラッシュデスで出ます。どこで死んだかは記録される。スラッシュデス公式でもうサポートしてる感じ。試してみたいな。レマイング的にちょっと待ってくださいね。わ、これあれだ。ここだけの武器だ。ここだけの。 多分私が設定しないと出ないやつかな。手動でする方法とかはあるんですけど、スラッシュデスは出なかったです。これなんかね、私が追加しないといけないですね。チャット欄に打つだけ。自分は外側ですが、コマンド入れたら200以上死んでましたえ、チャット欄に打つだけ。チャット欄でそのスラッシュは一応なかったです。刑事さん200回。あれもスラッシュです。何も設定せず出たんですか？あった。Adding a death count with Twitch Studio。これかな？エンター押したら出る？本当に？何かとんでもない勘違いをしてるのかな。じゃあこれみんなに見せましょうか。ここにあるじゃないですか、チャットが。これでいいんですか？でかくしてもでかくならないんだ。あ、ゲーム内かツイッチじゃないんだあ、そりゃ話が噛み合わないわけだ。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。アホでごめんなさい。ずーっとツイッチのチャットで言ってた
残念なこと言うのを忘れていたい。そうですね、残念なね天才の子ですよね。あー
Quit wasting time.
もう残念極めてますからね。やばい、回復そこにされちゃう。
No useless prayers today. I put my faith in science.
ソラリスロリか、これはあります。そういえばアンセストラルプロテクター一つ入れとこうか。プロテクターが 9%？ これ使おう。今日ちょっととんでもなく残念なところを見せちゃいましたね。いや、普段こういう人ではないんですけど、ちょっとね。時短リーグ、95なって、おめでとうございます。そろそろボスのお勉強しないといけない。私も頑張らないと。このキャラがね、もし死んだとしても、とりあえず経験してみないと、ディアブロ来る前に。Say goodbye.やばいやばい、あっぶな。こんなんでアラート増えてたまるか。あれこれタリスマンだっけ。もうタリスマンあんま開ける気なかったのに。
I've been saving this one just for you.
I'm supposed to defend your engineer. Trap. Perhaps at the other side of engineering.
I can suffer. I can suffer. Hey, you! Ooh, solidly built.
おお、きちんとした作りをしておる。わしに心開くんじゃ。大丈夫、弱音を吐くんじゃ。
Cheap piece of junk anyway.
安物のゴミの山じゃな。構築と分解、結局同じことよ。お、これ厚毛だ。これ見たことない。カットリッパーも、あ、そっか。なんか良さそうなものあるかな。なんかあるかな。毎回これてるね、このユニーク。何これ、完璧な姿。バーサタイルコンバタント。回避力は最大値を超えた冷気耐性により増加する。はい。これは冷却に対する完全耐性を得る。ウィンタータイドブランドの冷却の効果増加。外れですね。これ見たことないからこれ取ろっか。なんか上がった？待って、アラート上がった？これ。いやー、アラート上がった気がする。普通のユニークか。珍しいユニークでもないのか。何これ。いや、ちょっとアイテム拾えないって君たち。行き止まりだよ。
これ見たことないかもしれない。呪いを追加で1個付与できる呪術は、呪術無効化の敵にも影響する。まあまずこれをバーッと装備して、装備っていうかつけて、相手に片付けて、ジェムまたいっぱいですか？またいっぱいなの？これなんで入れてる？5リンクだから？もうすぐいっぱいになるんだから。いや、ラースいらない。元素ダメージ集中？元素系状態上ダメになっちゃうのか。グランドハイストも終わったし、また戻ろう、マップに。ボスのフラグメントかと思ってたのが、レリックの宝物庫だった。私もこういうのやらないとな。フラグメント集め順調ですか？マーベルのボス10体にボコボコにされたね。あれか。回復レート低下。でもティア10だからね。リザロの、頭の上のやつはやつ入っちゃってて、あいつちょっとまずい部類ですか？緑のビームわーって使ってくるやつですよね。遮蔽物ないからか。リチュアル来た。今回のリチュアルはいくつあるんだろう。でもあれがっつり離れればビーム消えるんじゃないですか？ 見えねえとこから弾打ち込んでくるし、今のビルドじゃお手上げ。あーそっか、ビルド的にも相性悪いのか。あと2時間ぐらいしかできないんだけど、今日はピナクルボスなんか挑めるかな。ビルを組み直すいいきっかけになった。ああ、何のビルドやるんですか次。聞いてもよろしいでしょうか。やばい、これ回復レート低下結構やばいかもしれない。今のやつをブロック寄りに組み替えた。ああ、今のビルドからちょっとこう改善したってことなんですね。てかジャミザはハードコアじゃなかったんだ。それともハードコアで結構やばいところまでボコボコにされたから逃げたっていうこと？どっちなんでしょう。あー、時間限られてますから、そっか。一番最初ハードコア試しましたんでしたっけ？これボス誰？あー、ハードコアはイベントレースぐらいしかやらなかった。あれそうなんだ、勘違いだったのかな私。ごめんなさい、勘違いだったかも私の。ジャミさんって確か一番最初なんかハードコアなのかなと思ったんですけど、ただ死んだっていうだけだったのかなあれ。最初やられたっていう遠征林で。これ何？何ここ？ワンシーズンの外がやってみるか。ちょっとディアブロ4がシーズン来ちゃうから、やるとしたら次ですね。次のリーグで試してみたい。で、その時ボスとかいろいろやってみたいですね。少し比較的気軽にね。もちろん SSF ではやるんですけど。今からソフトコアやるには時間がないですね。もう1週間も残ってないからね。 リーカピなんかブルース・リーみたいになってる。こう名字とこう名前が逆になってるみたいになってる。リーカピーだ。よろしくな。危なっ。回復レート下がるの怖すぎません？ティア10でボコボコにされそうになったけど。あんま無理して回る必要はないな。あれこれかい。なんだ置けるじゃんなんだなぜ私を拒む。皆をつなぐもの。シンプルで結構使いやすい指輪だねこれ。ライフがないけど51リップしてるキャスター無茶しやがって結構死んでますね。51か。まあ私はゼロなんですけどね。はははははガハハハハハハ。ほらほらよく見てくださいよこれ。ほらあなたは0回死亡していますって。ほらほら0回。もう赤マップも官僚がいっぱい出てくるな。さすがクイーンねえ、さすがね、硬いビルドね。まだまだ未完成なんですけどね。これこれ次挑めるんじゃない？世界を食らうものを挑めるんじゃないですか？カレンシ打つとでかいおならするのなんだ でかい方だ。これ今回の、なんだっけ、ミステリーボックスだっけ、あそこから出るエフェクトなんですけど、どこだ、これだ。改変のオーブ使用時にアズライトエフェクトを追加します。これです。ピュリティオブエレメンツも天体いけるんだ。バフだもんな、そういえば。ボブさん、こんばんは。今、頑張って、ボス挑んでみようと思って頑張ってます。頑張ってね。頑張ってます。はい。ちょっと変わったジャージです。やっばい。出た。ピュピュピュってくるやつ出たわ。フレーム落ちるな。バリそんなくれるの？黄色927。何それ、美味しい。激うまじゃん。おじいちゃんだ。じじいだ、じじい。コンストラクト召喚パーセンテージ450アーマーごとにアタックダメージ 5% 増加する。破壊の突進キャストする。輝きの、金切り音をキャストする。輝きの金切り音暴露雷を付与する。これ死亡に再構築ってこれなんだ。これですよね、再構築。これは結構レアなんですか？それと割と出る。クラリティをキャストする。はあ。樹脂。まあでも激安ってわけではないんだ。これ何？破壊の突進、輝きの金切り音って何？完全が 70C。 ああ、不完全だからか、これ。そっか、コンストラクトがちょっと珍しいの持ってるんだね。あ、ダメージ軽減、スピード増加、アイテム数量。はあ、追加の投射物、効果範囲上昇、レアリティ。クリティカル率上昇、クリティカル倍率。はこのままでいいかな。爆破だと完全じゃなくても全然いけてる。あー、完全だとなんか違うのがつくんですか？あれプラス。なんか後ろやばいの？アビス進みすぎじゃない？ちょ待って、アビスやばい、所領地やばいって。あ、完全だと死ぬとき爆発。これ結構高いんだ。爆破させて、爆破プラス爆破して、またね、再構築して、それをこう繰り返す感じか、完全だったら。痛いじゃないの。アビスの残党が残ってる。中古浜に触れられしない。痛い死ぬ。殺されます。 別にまあ冷却ゲットしてもね。てかブライトやってこないと。ウィスク強化されてない14マップボスくらいなら焼く前にワンパンで消えるとき強っ、強すぎませんそれ。痛いな。ちょっと結構打ってくれるやないか。あー楽ですわ。ブライトうまくいかないとちょっとねやばい時もあるけど、うまくいくとすごい楽っていうのがいいね。あとタワー置きたいんですけど置けません。痛すぎて、生活力が痛すぎてちょっと怖いです。お、終わった。安いビルドだから4リブのおっちゃんアイとか買って参拝して、あ、違う違う、散財してる。いいですね。4リブぐらいで済むのいいな。サモニングタワーは追加の2体。これは何？あ、でもサモニングだからそんな高くないのかなこれ。いや、これあれだわ。これダブル銀だ、ダブル銀。は、ダブル銀ですこれ。だ、銀確定。やったね。ヤフー。わお。ダブル。うわ。はあ、うますぎる。ブライトも敵多いから多分もう美味しいと思いますね。あと経験値狙いだったら割とハーベストもありだったりするんじゃないかな。経験値 200% アップとかもありますから。やっはー、これだよこれ。いやー、もう95だからレベリングはいいかなと思ったり、100にしたり、気持ち 気もしたり今回上げやすいから100やってみるのもすごくいいですし、そういえば原生林のボスとかはどうなんですか？もう終わったんですか？ジャミさんは。コイル馬。痛い痛い痛い痛い痛い。後ろのこいつ。あれ、錬金術のオフがない。まだじゃない。どうやったらボスいけるのか。ああ、今いけるのはザ・サーチング・エグザーチぐらい。YouTube 見ないとあれ、ずんだもんいりますか？ずんずん我らのずんだもさんが解説してくださってるんですけど、いりますか？はあ、うまいこれ。私も後でずんだもんでちょっと復習しようかなと思うので、世界を食らうものの前に。火力足りなかったらどうしよう。みんないいタやってんのはこいつ、もしかしてゲロマスいや、そこはちょっとわかんない。ただ私は楽、楽なので比較的あいつは。いや、数やば。あー、エグザーチがゲロマスかってことですか？一応そいつは私が狙ってるユニークを落としてはくれるんだけどな。本当にこの敵やめていっ減る減る。あ、てかフラスコチャージあっぶな。一回帰ろう。チャージ全部吸われちゃったよ。ははは。 そろそろブラッドエイジを入れてみよう。あれボス誰？ボスどこ？あ、これ触らないといけないのか。あー、キラーね。痛い。2種類以上のウィスプの影響を受けたバップボスを撃破。あ、来た。招待状来ました。来ましたよ。あ、霊気ダメージとして受ける。このままにする？このまま使ってもいいかもね。さあ、泣き叫ぶ招待状をマップデバイスで使用しろ。来たか。こいつがピナクルボスではあるよね。違うのかな。ピナクルボスって断片限定？ズンズンズンズンズンズンズンズンズンズンずんだもんの解説見てからやろう。
ずんだもんの POE 初心者向け講座です。38回。今回はアトラスを進めていく上で倒す必要があり、4つのボイドストーンのうち1つを持つボスの1人、世界を食らう者、イタオ・オブ・ワールズ、通称イタオの攻略、イタオと戦う必要性、メリット、攻略、ウーバー・アイタオ、金策、アトラスパッシブの順番で解説していくのだ。まずイタオと戦うメリット。パート30で解説した中ボス、黒き星と果てなき渇望、彼らを倒してアトラスの攻略を進めていくと、やがてボスである灼熱の大公者と世界を食らう者と戦うための招待状をゲットできる。これらはメイブンのもまとめて招待状、略してインビテと呼ばれるアイテムで、クエストで倒した後はマップデバイスで対応するスイッチをオンにして規定回数回るごとにもらえる。これはトレード可能なので、売ってお金にしたり戦いたい時に買ってきて使うことも可能なのだ。まずこのインビテを売るのが金策にもなるメリットの一つ。次に初回討伐時に確定でボイドストーンをゲットできる。これはアトラス画面のここにはめることができて、一つはめるたびにアトラスのマックティアがだいたい4前後アップ。4つ揃えると全てのマップが T16 になるというメリットがある。ボイドストーンにはさらに1つごとにアトラス内で入手するマップが 25% の確率で H ティア高くなる効果もあり、さらに6分岐を使うことで一定回数マップとは別に固定のマップモッド効果を付与できる。この効果が特に強力で、確定で追加コンテンツが発生したり、そのコンテンツの要素にプラスアルファしたり、上級者の人たちがやっているいわゆる チュースナマックファームをするときには必須になってくる要素。ボイドストーンの数だけ6分離の効果もつけられるから、4つあれば4つのおまけモッドをつけてファームできるのだ。
そりゃ強そうだね。
ヒラックモッドやマスターデイ
ば
リー、アトラスパッシブとスカラベ、6分離効果でマップにあれもこれも詰め込んで、パックサイズやアイテム数量やレア率をモリモリにしてマップ一周するだけでアイテムがどっさり落ちるようにする。その結果高価なアイテムや通貨も落ちやすくなるというのが投資ありのマックファーム。これは初心者向けではないので、そんなのもあると覚えておく程度で良いのだ。他にもアトラスのお気に入りスロットが1つ開放、アトラスパッシブポイントが1と振り直しが2ポイント。今後のアトラス探索がさらにはかどる良いことだらけだし、 TOE の大ボスを倒せると一人前の証みたいなとこもあるので、自信をつけるためにも挑んでほしいボスなのだ。では早速攻略解説。まず板尾の攻撃は主に雷属性を伴うものが多いので、雷耐性の上限を上げていくと火ダメが減る。特に雷ビームは画面外からでもプレイヤーを発射直前までに雷る。
はあ、やば。感電は受けません。プレイヤーのヒットによる感電は常に受けるダメージを最低 30% 増加。まあ感電受けないからね、そこは大丈夫。
特に雷ビームは画面外からでもプレイヤーを発射直前までサーチした上で放つので不意に食らうことが多いから、事故で被弾することが多く、さらに確定で感電の状態異常が付与されてたりするから感電対策も重要。普段から感電対策は大事だけど、板尾に挑戦するときは感電状態にならないと感電の効果を激減させて挑むと良いのだ。感電対策はジュエルやフラスコ、ピュリティオブエレメンツは属性状態異常無効、パンテオンのガルカーンも有効。特大ダメージの大技には霊気ダメも乗るけど、これは一般的には直撃したらワンパンなので、連続的に物理と雷に耐えられるようにしておくと考えておけば OK。実際の動画を見ながら解説していくのだ。泣き叫ぶ招待状が板尾エリアの入場券、
比較的やりやすいではありますよね。
対象と調和の欠如という意味深なエリアへのポータルが6つ開くので、6回もしくは6人まで入れる。入場してからエリアの中央方面に移動すると、板尾とメイブンが飛来して会話する。
まあ昔やったことあるからちょっと復習も兼ねてね。
触手召喚、これはプレイヤーの位置をある程度追尾して足元に円形に触手を呼び出し、複数回物理と雷ダメージ。
物理と雷か。
ダメージは低めなので耐えられるなら無視して OK。 ライディンマスと叫んだ時は巨大な触手を召喚。これは出現した時点で向きが確定してて、約2秒後に正面に叩きつけてダメージ。倒れ込む範囲はかなり広いので、慌てずに根元の反対回を越え回避。板尾がひらひらと移動しつつハンガーと叫ぶと円形に範囲大ダメージ、いわゆるスラム攻撃。板尾の周囲が危険なので画面の半分以上離れて回避。爆発した直後に地面にエフェクトが残るので、範囲がどれくらいか目安にする。これは複数回繰り返すことが多いので、1回避けてもすぐに突撃せず連続しないかどうか要チェック。
体力減るとなんか4回5回ぐらい使いますよね。ハンガー
雷ビーム、基本能力はこの4種と通常攻撃。巨大触手、地面に円形のマークが並んだ通りに生えてくる。避けられる破滅だの声で板尾が浮かんだら即死球の大技が来るのでギミック対応。
これか。
紫に光る円に 0.5 秒触れると光が強くなる。黒緑色のオーブは接触すると速度低下し3秒後即死。
3秒後
その間板尾はプレイヤーを追尾するビームを撃つ。メイブンが設置してくれたエリア内の円を全部光らせたら大技キャンセル。あとはこれらの攻撃を回避しながら倒すだけ。
全部か。全部潰さないとダメなんだ。
回避できるっぽい。この動画の時は根元にいたからか綺麗に隙間に入ったからかのダメ。ハンガーの声が聞こえたら離れれば OK。
ハンガーめっちゃ聞くんだよね。
このオーブは背を向けると近づいてくるけど正面向くと離れていく。このオーブに触られた時は溺れのデバフがつき、画面が目を閉じるような形で暗くなっていき、完全に暗転するとなくなり、複数囲まれて逃げられなさそうな時は振り返るのだ。ビームの回避のコツ、倒れろが表示され、音声が聞こえた瞬間から約2秒後にビームが発射される。板尾の周囲に光の玉が表示され、消えた時点で向きは固定されている。ついでにフレームで数えた結果、メッセージや音声発生時を基準の0フレとすると、同時に追尾が開始され、102フレームの間継続。 つまり約 1.7 秒、追尾終了後42フレームでダメージ発生。
こんばんは、
追尾が終わったら 0.7 秒で発射されるので、即座にトラベルスキル使うとか反転するとか、こういう攻撃は遠くを歩いてると回避が難しい。近づくのは怖いけど、できるだけ本体の近くでぐるっと回るのが回避しやすくなるのでおすすめ。
弾潰すのがね、
板尾の本
結構
体周囲にダ
焦るんだよね。
メージが発生するのはスラムだけなので、むしろ被弾する方が難しいまである。こんな感じで近距離と遠距離で同じ距離だけ上に移動した場合、追尾した結果、近距離は範囲外まで移動してるけど遠距離は直撃コースのまま。これはモンハンとかでもよく見られる光景なのだ。板尾の攻撃パターンはこれだけなので意外とシンプル。クエストで最初に戦うときはレベル83、通常は84でウーバーが85。
レベル変わるんだ。
クエストの時点で失敗したらまたマップを回ればインビテが手に入るのでリトライ可能なのだ。ぜひともボイドストーンをゲットしてアトラスをより快適に回れる環境を作るのだ。クエストで倒した後はマップデバイスで板尾のスイッチをオンにして14回マップ周回で果てなき渇望のインビテ。さらにそこから14回でメーターが一周すると板尾のインビテが手に入るので、マップをガンガン回して確定でインビテを入手し、何度でも挑戦できるようになるのだ。
多分パスパだったらプラスことアセンダンシのおかげで死なないと思います。あ、そうなんだ。死なない可能性が高いんだ。高いっていうか、まあ、死なないんだ。
戦うためにはアトラスパッシブの最大二次方向にある悪ことなき貪欲のキーストーンを押しとく。これだけで OK。不可効果としてウーバーアイタオが 25% の確率でエルドリッチイコルの気象を落とす可能性が付与。バー限定のユニークアイテムもあり、それ狙いならこの状態での戦闘が必要になる。ただし火力も体力も防御力も跳ね上がり、攻撃も多段ヒットで殺意が増し増し。中途半端なビルドでは1ミリも減らせずポータル使い切ってしまうのだ。このまま金策についても解説すると、
何これ。あ、ニミスってこれなんだ。元に復帰するっていうの。はあ。
限定ユニークはニミスという指輪で投射物が自分に戻ってくる効果。投射物が戻ってくるので単純計算なら2倍ダメージ。さらにダメージ強化モッドもついてるのが嬉しいんだけど、デメリットとして投射物がランダム方向に発射。スパークはこれを無視できるから数や速度、持続伸ばして、画面中ヒットしまくり大暴れした結果微妙にナーフ。そして新規にサポジェムとして投射物回帰サポートが
もともとなかったんだこれ。回帰サポートなかったんだ。へえ。この、指輪手に入れたらピカイさんの火力 60% も破くらいになります。でもウーバー倒さないといけないんですよね。
ランダムに飛ぶデメリットなしだけど戻りのダメージが 70% 低下するようになってる。通常の方でも出るユニークの一番の当たりは星の灰。動画作成時点で40ディブ前後。装備しているスキルジェム全てのクオリティとレベルが上がり、スキルに限らず全てのジェムの XP にボーナスがつき、さらにマナリザーブ効率が増加する超強力なアミュレット。もう一つは肉体の融合というジュエルで、これは全レジストの最大値が大幅に下がった上にレジスト自体も大幅減少。これだけだとデメリットしかないけど、特筆すべき効果はエレメンタル最大レジがその他2つの最大レジにも適用。例えば上のようにエレメンタル耐性は全部 75% 頭打ちした上でオーバーレジが 5% ある状態で、このジュエルを使った場合どうなるか。まず最大値がマイナス 4% されて 71% になり、全ての耐性がマイナス 79% されて 1% になる。ここからレジストの高い装備を揃えて 90% まで稼いだ場合、全耐性は 71%、オーバーレジは 9%。
全ての現像耐性マイナス。
ここで霊気耐性の最大値をプラス8したら火炎と雷も霊気も最大値79になる。トータルでは大量にレジストを稼ぐ必要があるけど、エレメンタル耐性最大値をまとめて底上げできるから有益。3つの最大値をそれぞれ上げるのはかなりきつく、80以上にするのは1つだけでもそこそこ大変。これを使えば1種類でいいから上げまくればエレメンタル3種をかなり高い値まで引き上げるのが現実的になる。それから超レアなガチャ部屋の鍵、内蔵の清涼の鍵。
ガチャ部屋？
これは他にも種類がいくつかあるアイテムで、 マップデバイスで使うとポータルが開いて中には宝箱が一つだけある特殊エリア。
次のリーグからあのエントリー付与できるようになったが、結局消されて全部が追加された。あのエントリー1回追加されたんだ。
別名ゲーミングと呼ばれるいろんな色に変化する見た目で、この光り方も複数種あるランダム。
本当だ、ゲーミングっぽい。
有益なユニークも一応出るけど、実際問題としては普通の排出率と同程度に低くなってるだろうから、どこでも手に入る制御の鍵は外れアイテムが多いけど、この鍵は板尾アイテムのフォイルなので期待度高め。
レーベルの鍵
そのままあれば神のオーブ単位で売れるので、自分でガチャってもよし売ってもよし。あとはエルドリッチカレンシーもそれなりに売れる。アルター出現率を増加させるパッシブの上の影は必須。さらにパックサイズを増やしたり効果を上げるこのエリアは全取得推奨。入場券を買って回す場合はノーマルクオリティではなくクラフとしてモットを持ってドロップ数を増やしていきたい。インビテを自力で集める場合は3で刻まれたものが有益。1マップで2カウント進む可能性があるので取りたい。通常28周で1つなのがもっと少なくて済むので、時間当たり回れる数も増えるし消費するマップ数も減るので効率的。アトラスパッシブのエルドリッチ系は濃度も少なく、85のウーバーモードにする前後の濃度は効果がいまいちで、ボス集会でレアユニーク稼ぎにするか、
驚いてるこいつ。
通常マップでアルターとリーグ要素で稼ぎつつ
値段も一致
アルターの選択肢神のオーブが落ちる確率が含まれるので、運が良ければ1マップでリブシャワーを浴びることも。以上がイタオコとイーター・オブ・ワールズ世界を喰らうものの解説。前回の POE 動画パート37。
はあ、やりますか。グッドラック。これで死んだらどうしよう。あ、ピナクルアトラスボスいった。なんかすごい弱くない私。僕半減増えたか。あ、これはビームか。オッケー、ちょっと分かった。危な。中にいった。おお。やっぷ。よし。広いって。ハンガー。ハンガー。あ、これめんどいな。ユッホー。
食らわない。ハンガー。いや、これ声優さんすごいな。メインイベントはどういう関係なんだろう、こいつら。もう攻撃する隙がないんですけど。ヒヤホー。食らわない。やばい、やばい。あっぶな。結構ミスっちゃって。これ触手範囲がよくわかんない。これ食らわない。またこの球体が痛いんじゃ。いや、この球体がちょっとオーブがめんどい。いやー、集中乱れるな。てか手汗がやばすぎてすごい滑る。痛い。これ湧くときにダメージあるの？この球体なんとかして。またかい。これラスト。ハンガー食らわない。どうよ。もうそろそろ。GG。あ、クエストのボスは普通の3分の1なんだ。そんな低いんだね。 あ、そういえばカリング持ってきてない。ハンカチって何ですか？ハンカチ。はあ。手汗やばすぎてマウス握るのがちょっとうまくできなかった。だからこうめっちゃこうやってやってました。こんな感じでやってた。手汗やばくて。そうですね、割とまあ割とパターンね、昔から知ってたからね、こいつは。はあ、はあ、でやっぱすごい緊張はする。ハードコアっていうのとやっぱちょっとすごい久しぶりっていうのも相まってすごい緊張しますね。あと何取ろうかな。あ、これいらない。もう純はいいです。ベイガンが終わったので、とりあえずはいいかな。次何取ろう。リージョンちょっとやってみる？少し投資してみる？でもリージョンで欲しいのがあるとしたらあれどうしようかな、これ。ここかな。時間増加、これね、長期戦ね。それとも気楽ミッション追加するか。悩むな。4ポイント。ブライトもっと振るとか。ブライトチェストがラッキー。これにする？ブライトマシマシです。ハンガー。次は15。ボス戦緊張する。手汗出なかったらもっと楽だったんだけどね。 怖いんだけど。バイタリティ、高ライフ、定期的に起こる。これ外れかな。ミートサック、名前が肉。あなたは肉ですか？玉転がしてこいつだったのか。そう、そいつなんですよ。エグザーチ。一応そのずんだもん解説的にはトーテム置くとそれで爆発するらしいから、まあ、それもありらしいんですけどね。まあ最悪の場合抜けるそのパターン来たら抜ける。ポータル消費はするけど、いやうまっ。でも紫ください。紫、私今紫がすごい欲しいんだけど。はっ、消去びっくりしたトーテムはいい対策らしいです。パスファインダーだったら弾転がしもある程度耐えられるかな。燃焼領域なんか痛いと思ったら避ければいいし。でもミニオンビルド玉転がしで全部やられるとかしないのかな。ちょっと不安ですね、そこ。弾バーって当たってミニオンがバーって散っていくの。もうそうなったらミニオンとミニオンビルドではできないボスだ。まあそもそもミニオン爆破するビルドだから、そっかミニオン自体使わないからかいやー、灼熱マジ昔から苦手認識強めだからどうしよう君たちアーマーが上がってもね物理ダメージじゃないからね。いやでも本当にハードコアで、クエストではありますけど、一人は倒したピナクル。ちょっと弱体ピナクルではあるけど。これ拾ったことあるかな。 どっちも取りたくないな。今日、20時ぐらいに晩ご飯食べに行くんですけど、食べてきてまた配信ちょびっとするかも、したいかも。まあ 2,3 時間しかできないかもしれませんが、少しでもキャラを強くしていきたい。残り時間がもうあんまないからね。1、2時間でも多く。硬すぎ。あ、入り口出た。アビス初めてだわ、こんだけあって。昔はもうちょっと出たんだけどな。僕もそろそろ飯に出かけるのだ。ひかりさんもいっぱい食べるのだはい、ラブスミさんいってらっしゃいなのだ。記憶の保管庫。これなんかボスっぽいやつ出てきますよね。昔は結構頻繁に開いてボスが出る時もあれば出ない時もあったんだけど、今はちょっと仕様が変わったのかな。さあ、ジャが出るかクジラが出るか。ハービス。待って、モンスターレベルなんか上がってない？私ティア15来たよね。アビスに入ったことで1レベル上がってる？そういえばアビスユニックとかがあってっていうかアビスユニックがあって、ジュエル2つ埋められるユニックが確かありましたよね、ベルトで。ボス？ベタボス。これガチボスじゃんあ、まだいるんか。なんかこいつやばいとかはないなんか食らったら死ぬとかそういうのはない？めっちゃ硬いね。 何これ、いた。パパパパパパはははは。逃げたな。で構造物壊して、確かに時間内で壊さないといけないんだよね。時間過ぎると追放だっけ？わわわわわわわわわ。いや、それ痛いって。半分いったからまた逃げるか。親切にね、ザコモンさまで送り出してくれて。源泉の闘茶裏マン。逃げたかこいつ。ライトニングミラージュが生成されてます。ミラージュ持ってるの誰だ？倒したミラージュは倒したっぽいね。こんばんは、エマニュエル夫人さん。ウェーイ。で 出た地獄の万力。ウィーウィー。アビスジュエルの効果、いやー、増加があんま高くない。アビスソケットを1個持つ。凶暴な目のジュエルがソケットされていればアタックにより同時に敵を威嚇する。堅牢化する。ほう、まあ余裕でしたね。なんか痛い。いった、何のダメージやねんこれ。灼熱の大校舎、私できるかな。あいつトラウマだらけのボスなんですけど、あとティア16でクリアするだけで一応ね挑戦できるじゃん。あいつのドンブレイカーがめっちゃ欲しいんですよ。すぐ欲しいんだけどトラウマボスだから怖いっていうね。ギリギリ間に合ったか。痛いんですけど落ちてきたもの、なんか昔こいつ相手したことある気がする。昔っていうかまあ最近だけど落ちてきたものが落ちてきた。
ティア16、舐めるなよ。マップがないぞ。私はあんま舐めないでくださる。マップがないんですよ、マップが。これもカレンシー使ってみようかな。あ、エッセンスだ、エッセンス。エッセンスのこれね。これよりもいいのが出るかもしれないから。耐性ついてない以外は結構いい。あ、まあでもマナ回復か。マナ回復か。獲得量は上がるんだけど。マナか。違う。とりあえずここに入れとこう。あ、これあれなんだ、ユニークなんだ。トラップ発芸じゃない、これは発芸。発ティア16売ってますね。9つ。あ、ブライトエンカウンター確定で出るならやってみてもいいかな。反射ついてます。もちろん私チキンなのでマジックでね、マジックで。卵転がしミニオンで潰せるなら余裕かもしれない。あ、ミニオンで潰せるかもですね。確かに。あ、でも効果範囲はちょっと怖いね。ほっ、さあ、これの後、灼熱挑めるかも。ほうほうほうほうほうほう行ってくる。耐性の最大値をもっと上げられる手段があればいいんだけど、なんかないかな。あいつ基本全部火だよね。物理もあるかもだけど。ちょっと待って、これ話が違う。お前
あ、そこや置いてないんか。とりあえず霊気でなんとかごまかす。いやー、冷却タワー強すぎる、ほんと。え、なにこれ。あとハーレクイーン、殺人ミット、ブーツ、忍耐の鎖、反射か。マップうますぎ。いいねこれ。最高だよブライト。あ、それブライトアノイントで経験値上がるっていうのもあったから、そういうのつければブライトマップで経験値うまいかもですね。やだ、どっちもやだ。これにつけ余裕で勝った。え、余裕？え、弾痛くなかったんですか？ミニオンで全部防いだとか。じゃあみさん火力やばいからな。ティア14ぐらいのボスをワンパンとかありえない。弾メイベンがいっぱい壊してくれた。でも壊してくれても避けづらくないですか？優しいメイベンだった？ミニオンの肉壁が肉壁か。私トーテムマルチにしておかないとな。やばくないここ。16でこいつらちょっと困るっていうか、こいつ開けならいけるか。でもやばいのが2体いるはずなんだけどいないね。クエストなのにエグザ出ておいて、私ドンブレイカーくれないかな。 あれウーバー限定とかだったら結構泣くんだけど。ウーバー限定じゃなくて、まあ、クエストで割といけるって感じしたら、まあ、頑張って周回したいね。ちょっと待って、このマップめっちゃやばくなりそう。ちょっと待って、ウィスプ集めすぎじゃない？周囲の味方を消費したライフの 10% 分ってどういうこと？クラリティ動く呪い領域を生成する。へえ。ポイゾナスコンコクション。呪い領域生成結構良さそうだな。合計ウィスプやばすぎてちょっと心配なんですけど。1% ライフル先にマナで受ける。こういうのもあるんだ。買っておこうかな。でも 1% か。1% か。私を追い出してくれ。ライフ88固定？ラッキー。
ラッキーとは言ったけど、今の手袋がかなり優秀で、これ超えるものを作るの大変そう。結構大変そう。あ、でも命中力いらなくなったから、アタックスピードだけ揃えればなんとかなるかな。わお。まあ全部見たことあるんですけどね、それね。ハーベストきた。紫欲しいからね。これ灼熱の大放射晩ご飯食べてきてからやろうかな。よいしょ、時間大丈夫かな。硬くない？わいも味がしない飯食うわ全くしないんですか、チャミさん。少しはしません？少しくらいは。足も抑圧高いの欲しいね。てかちょっと待って、手袋さ、今更抑圧高いのとかいらなくない？別にね、あれだわ。アタックスピード高いの出てくれればそれで満足だ。ライフ、スピード、あとちょっとしたあれくらい、耐性かな。欲しいのがあるとしたらね。このゴリラやばいです。なんか早くない？
大丈夫。でも私も硬いからね、勝てちゃうんですよ。やばい、ソラリスにフライられてる。いやー、最後までビーム打ってくる。お行儀が悪いわね、本当に。はあ、え、なにこれ、なんかやばそう。大丈夫、いけるいける。よし。やっぱ原生林のライフフォースの量って異常なんだね。ティア16のハーベストでもね言うて200ぐらい落ちるか落ちないかレベルなんだけど、あそこ1000ぐらいくれるからね。あれはおかしいよ。なんだ、順応？何それ。もうあれさ、紛らわしいって。改変ノーブ20個でなんでそんなティアが高いのよ。何このカートの使い方があるとか、もしかして誰か、なぜこれこんなにリアリティじゃなくてレアリティ高いのかご存知の方。フィルターがミスってるだけなのか、何か理由があるのか。痛い。美味しいのくれるかな。ヒュー、きたー、白熱する招待状きたわー。怖すぎ。抑制確率、わあ、移動速度ない。確率高いのは大歓迎なんですけど。 るんだこれ。手袋、手袋、手袋。何かつけてみるとしたらなんだ？エッセンス。あ、そういうこと？灼熱、灼熱、灼熱、準備。OK。マルチトーテムサポートがあるんですよね。これを置いて一気に2つ置けるように。あと準備しなきゃいけないのか。でもずんだも一回見たいんだよな。もう一回前に見ましたけど、どうしよっかな。ご飯行ってきてからやるか。やっぱゆっくりやりたいから。皆をつなぐものこれだったのか。あと、指輪変えないと。そうだ。指輪がどこだっけ。で、筋力が足りないので、筋力がついてるものじゃないとダメ。筋力ついてかつ優秀。優秀？なくない？ 肉がいくつ足りないんだ。32で満たして、これでまた上がってって感じか。パスオブエグザイルって今から完全に初心者でもできるんかな。できますよ。完全に初心者でも、誰も完全に初心者からスタートしているので、まだ遅いってことはないです。私もまだ初心者なんですけどね。遅いってことはないです。これで非耐性が足りなくはなるけど、ライフは変わらん？40ぐらい？意外とないんだな、指輪が。最大ライフ上がって、これに変えるのもできるかも。耐性ちょっと自由になるんだったら耐性から。これと、これいけるか。これで筋力上げれば解決。耐性、少し余裕できました。攻撃速度上がりました。ダメージ下がりました。下がるか。筋力なあ、本当になあ。アミュレットに筋力もりもりついてるものがあればそれにしよっかな。もりもりもりもり、これ違う。あ、いやでも待って、耐性上がるじゃん。でプレフィックス余ってるじゃん。筋力足りないじゃん。ダメじゃん。ダメじゃん。 いやー、いけるのがない。終わった。116。28が追加されることで、144になって、でも144、あ、そういう仕組み？そういう仕組みですか。これだと筋力が、うわ、待って、これ 10？10 足りないの？あ、それなら希望がある。これをね、これ、待って、あ、ダメか。これ自体が筋力30ついてるようなもんか。アホやー。アホやー。なんかありません？筋力。筋力追加できません？ダメ？筋力が10足りないんですよ、10。盾とか？軽減ついて筋力ついてはないな。ないですね。ただでさえ火力がちょっと低いっていうのに、これは下がりすぎだよ、いくらなんでも。筋力ベルトですか。あ、そっか、ジュエル、あ、そうだ、ジュエル変えればいいかも。ありがとうございます、うるまさん。ハロー、にゃすがさん。でも10あった。これ ついてくれないかな。いいのか。これは難しいけど最初はわからないなりに試行錯誤は嫌いじゃなければできる神ゲー。そうですね、試行錯誤とかがね、確かに嫌いじゃなければ、かなり楽しめるゲームだと思います。わしカレンシがあんまないからこれを使わざるを得ないや。これで解決かな。あれ、アタックスピードモリモリがなんだっけ。あ、これだったのかな。これ違う。あれ、あ、今のそうだ、今のででサフィックスなので筋力じゃなくてね、つけたいものつけられるから。混沌ダメージとかやっぱいいかな。耐性は耐性耐性はどうなの。118大丈夫。パッシブ見て。でもあれはね、初めて触る人はみんな引くと思う。どんだけ熟練のハクスラー経験者ってもね、あれは多分引く。まあ、あれを見てワクワクしたら最高なんですけどね。まあ、ほぼ引くと思う。じゃあ、晩ご飯食べてきます。外食なので一回配信止めて食べてきてまた配信再開します。でその時に灼熱の大校舎挑んでみたいと思うので、また後で見に来てくださいね。私はワクワクした人どんな効果あるんだろうって全部すごい。ではまあ1時間半ぐらいかかるかもね。行ってきます。